Good morning, everybody. We ready? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of our forum. I am very happy to welcome you once again here. And same as yesterday, I would like to just share a few remarks that might be important in case you just joined us. So the coffee breaks will be held in the hall behind this door. Lunch will be served in the same room as the breakfast behind the glass door right opposite to us. Restrooms are located on your right at the end of the hallway. In case of emergency, please follow the green exit signs. Also, please turn off your phones in case you haven't done it yet. And I would like to also remind you to fill in the evaluation forms and hand them to my colleagues at the registration desk or to me, or you can just come to us and share your experience, your thoughts, and about the presentations and about the organization of the event in general. And with that, also a few remarks about the agenda. We have a few changes that I would like to share with you. The presentation at 5:10 from Philip Broyles will be unfortunately cancelled. He sends his apologies, but he cannot attend the summit today. And also the presentation that was scheduled at 3 from Natalia will be moved to be the last before the lunch. So all the presentations after the Natalia will start earlier. And what is the good news, we plan to finish 40 minutes earlier. We'll see. With that, I want to once again welcome our chairman, Dirk Bonze, and the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you very much and good morning. Whoops, I see some smaller ice than yesterday's, and some got lost apparently in Amsterdam. And I'm very glad to open and welcome you to the second day. We also have high-class speakers and also very interesting topics. And yeah, now I have the privilege to announce the most handsome and clever guy on this planet, which is me. So maybe I take also the chance then to introduce myself, which I omitted yesterday. So yeah, Dirk Bonze, of course, that one you know. I'm the head of Department for Renewable Gases at the German Biogas Association. And yeah, I will give you some, here we are, very good. Some impressions on defossilizing transport, industries and buildings. Biomethane, from my point of view, is the joker amongst renewable energies. I will give a German perspective and also lessons learned. You can see here the agenda, what I want to talk to you, what I want to tell you in the next 20 minutes. And as you can see, I also will shed a light on the current status of the Union database. With that, biomethane import and export throughout EU, and the biomethane use in Germany, and I also will shed a light on some best practices. So yeah, who we are. We are, Germany's or Europe's biggest biogas association with more than 4,800 members and more than 50 employees. As you can see here, we have a broad range of members. I think I'll take this one. Of members, so possibly even you. I already talked with some people who are interested in joining us. We are also connected worldwide with BIP Europe, EBA, and also World Bioenergy Association. How we do that? We have a lot of departments, as you can see here. So because the topic, of course, is so wide, so we need to have specialists in these departments, and the Green Gases Interdisciplinary Department, this is mine. Yeah, the Union database should actually bring the trades and the stakeholders and the value chain together. It's installed by the European Commission according to RED 2 and RED 3. And the aims are traceability of gaseous and liquid fuels, avoidance of double counting on national climate targets, and at least also fraud prevention. It's based on sustainability certificates, points of sustainability, proof of sustainability, and guarantees of origin. We heard that a little bit already yesterday from the colleague from ENGIE. And it's mandatory for all economic operators along the value chain within an interconnected gas grid. So the current status is that DG ENER, in charge of making the Union database operational, is in consultation with the economic operators and national registries, like, for example, the well-known NABISI. The official start is or was postponed several times. There's a rumor that it's now shall begin in 2026. By the way, it's also now extended to electricity and heat, as long as it's grid connected. There's also at the moment the onboarding, so-called onboarding going on. As you can see below, this is, let's say maybe a value chain, or these are the economic operators that need to be integrated into the Union database. The first one, farms, plantation, and the points of origin were actually at the beginning also obliged to use or to fill into the Union database. Now you can, of course, not demand that from, let me put me that way, from an ordinary farmer, or especially if they only deliver very small quantities. So this is now the duty for the first gathering and first collection points to collect these data, which is obviously for the operators really a problem. Yeah, we also heard yesterday about ERGAR and AIB. I will not read that through completely, but they both, I have to say, at the moment, they seem to be more competing. So both ERGAR and also AIB have trading hubs, but unfortunately at the moment, it seems it will prevail. They are not compatible to each other. So this is a little bit placative. Here you can see, for example, why or which countries could not actually trade with each other via these trade hubs, because we have to understand the Union database is not a trading tool, it's a tracing tool for that matter. There are some changes. Meanwhile, Austria, for example, did a good way, because they simply implement ERGAR and AIB at the same time. But this is not enough. This is just an example. I would believe that also other countries will have this issue, because we also have to fill in another database. National inventory, which is dedicated especially to the end consumer, that on his bill he can see, okay, how green, let's say, the energy is that I've bought. So this is complicated, and we try to avoid that now you have to fill in two databases, which of course also could provoke failures. We have seen that yesterday already, so how important export is being conducted at the moment, so I will skip that. Maybe I also should emphasize that Switzerland, as you can see, is taking considerable volumes for such a small country into its country. Interestingly, because they don't have so much regulation. So it's basically market-driven what happens in Switzerland. How does biomethane ends up in Germany? As you can see here, the green column, this is the so-called EEG. So this is basically bringing biogas or biomethane into the electricity grid. We do that by tendering. I'm coming to that later. But as you can see here, what gains traction is fuel. So this is, you can see here, from 2019 on, there is more or less a tripling of how much biomethane is going to the fuel sector. And this is the case because we relatively early implemented, at least for fuel, the RED II. And this is also owing to the fact that we have the GHG quota trade. So this is a driver, especially in Germany, to utilize biomethane in the transport sector. So, and yeah, what is happening in Germany? Because we all learned that many plants are shutting down, or the other way around, not many biogas plants are built. So you can see that on the left-hand side, that there is a sharp decline. Basically, this is owing to the fact that the most who won tenders are falling out now of the EEG because the 20 years are over. But what we can see at the same time is the development of biomethane plants. And you can see here there is a rise also in the volumes, although it's stagnating now a bit due to political problems, I would say. But this shows clearly that the existing biogas plants are now upgrading to biomethane. So this is really a hot topic at the moment in Germany. Problem is that at the moment the TSOs and DSOs are reluctant or hesitating to allow grid access because our grid ordinance ceases by end of this year and nobody knows what is happening. So what you also have is, which is a driver for the future, is the Building Energy Act and the Heat Planning Act. So this is also what we managed from the Biogas Association. There is now a gradual obligation to use 65% of renewable energies in new heating systems, depending on the municipal heating planning, of course, if they want or if they need to still use gas from the grid, let's say. So this is a driver for us, and we definitely do not have enough biomethane in Germany, so we are also looking into imports to Germany, of course, which then is a business model again. The Building Energy Act, as I said, has several milestones, let's say, and the Heat Planning Act, I'm talking about the Heat Planning Act, has to be implemented then in dependence of how many people are living in a municipality. And this is now the municipalities or the utility companies are looking into the best options. Might that be heat pumps, but we have situations where you cannot use heat pumps, for example, especially in old towns. This is a problem, and if there's a gas grid, why not using it? Because hydrogen will not play a role actually in building heating. Sorry. Another incentive, I think this is the most interesting one, because this is also interesting for imports into Germany or export to Germany, depending on the point of view, which is the GHG quota trade. So on the right-hand side, you can see the general goals that needs to be achieved until 2030, so an admix of 25%. Below, you can see the relation between the sub-quota. So the gray circle are the overall GHG emission. Then we have the GHG quota, and part of the GHG quota is the sub-quota, which means that you have to admix advanced fuels to fossil fuels. And basically this can be done physically, of course, with biofuels, but it can be also done by obtaining GHG quota, e.g. from distributors, of 100% biomethane. And we had a problem, but the prices were plunging. We also learned that yesterday because of fraudulent biodiesel imports, and this jeopardized the quota targets and made also many business cases obsolete. And luckily, at least the government made some measures, not enough to our belief, that this is being not possible anymore to account foreign biomethane or foreign biodiesel for that matter on domestic GHG quota. This also applies, by the way, within Europe. So for example, if you have a biomethane which was somehow subsidized in France, it was put maybe there also on national targets, and you bring that now to Germany, for example, we cannot, or it should be avoided, of course, that this is being accounted on our national targets again. So this is something which should the Union database solve, but there are, of course, also many other things necessary to do that. For example, that we need to go to China, we need to have a look at the plants that were announced. We found out sometimes it was just nothing, there was not even a building, or it was just a shed with cows or something like that, but nothing that really was producing biodiesel. So yeah, this is something, this was a quite great scandal in Germany, and it went also through all the press. We also have incentive schemes. For example, here the flexibility bidding. Basically, it means you have to install 3 or 4 times of the actual output that you will give out over a year. Reason is that you will be actually remotely controlled. So you will not turn on and off your CHP, for example. This is being done to the needs of the grid. Interestingly, this concept failed miserably because there were no biddings during tenders in April and in September. From 2023 on, and also only southern German plants were allowed to bid, but this was luckily being lifted at least until 2028. Here I want to show you, especially for Germany, the situation, because we have a good gas grid, and as you can see here, if you look at the CNG and the LNG filling stations, how close they are situated to the grid, or to the grid exit and entry point. The grid, by the way, here is the transmission grid, not the distribution grid. Yeah, we're coming already to best practices. This is one of my favorites, because this is what I call sector coupling. So we already have heard yesterday something about the value chains, from linear to circle chains. What we see here is we have from the local waste handling provider in Berlin, the BSR, so the trucks, the garbage trucks, they will be fueled with biomethane. These trucks will then pick up the waste. This will be in an own biogas production plant being digested, and the next step it will be processed to biomethane, and there we have then one circle. So the other circle is about the digestates. So the digestates will be processed, might also be then liquid, for example, or compost, and they will be delivered then to the food and feed farmers, let's say. The end products will be consumed, they will be collected, and these two circles are working here hand in hand. So this is actually a very good concept, and the BSR is also happy to promote this concept to other municipalities. Another best practice is here. This is maybe a fully fledged integrated biomethane facility with solar and everything, and it can serve already a quite huge municipality, as you can see from the figures here. And it also generates revenue, so this shows also the effect of economies of scales. Krefeld, by the way, it's located near Cologne, so not so far from the Dutch border. Coming maybe to a summary or conclusion. As you can see here, what can biomethane do in the overall energy mix? You see these dotted red area. So this is the area where we have more demand as solar and wind can deliver. And exactly there we are coming in, as you can see from the shift, let's say, of the demand and the actual energy produced. So this is where we are, so we are definitely not competing. We need to work together, and this we do, by the way, also with umbrella associations, so that we speak with one voice towards the politicians. So yeah, that it is already. Thank you for attention. And are there any questions? Oh, thank you. Was there a question? No. Not us. Ah, yeah, there.
Thank you. For biomethane, which can be neutral if it's grown from crops, do you get a better incentive for methane that's come purely from slurry and manure, which has a negative
Well,
carbon intensity?
Yeah, if we talk about incentives in the sense of tenders or electricity, no. So there is no distinction. The distinction is in the GHG quota trade. Because the lower your GHG value is, the CI score, the higher is the price, let's say, that you can get. So this is the typical example for manure with minus 100 grams CO2 equivalents per megajoule. And because this gas is so expensive, it can only go to the fuel sector because the GHG quota trade is the driver here. So because of that, because it's too expensive, it would not go, for example, in the heat and building sector.
Okay, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
You still want to do that? No? Paul Hendricks, NECO, Netherlands. So you mentioned that the Building Energy Act, the Heat Planning Act, and also the quota, GHG quota, will have are drivers for biomethane demand in Germany,
Right.
now and in the future. How is that going to pan out from your point of view? There are basically three markets. So where does the biomethane flow to? If you look at it in terms of willingness to pay, paying capacity. And second question is how does the proposed blending obligation to the German policy relate to these acts? Is it belonging to the Building Energy Act or the Heat Planning Act, or is it again a separate thing?
Yeah, okay, I'm starting with the second question because the first one I was not really able to understand, but we're coming back to that. So basically, yeah, it will be seen because the effect that we will see in the Building Energy Act is not yet visible. It's too fresh, let's say, so everybody is preparing for that. And yeah, we need to see. I think there will be shifts, of course, and there will be more imports to Germany, exports to Germany, for that matter, to actually reach these volumes. Then the first question again?
The first question is, so basically you got three separate markets. So in the Netherlands you have, you see biomethane going to the transport market, and now we also have got a blending obligation. As an energy supplier, we as an energy supplier have to blend in green gas, biomethane to supply.
Yep.
So basically we're competing with the transport market. So, and my question would be, if you look at these three markets, which one is going to win?
Well, I don't see really the competition because I told before, the different substrate streams are going to different areas. So manure is going to fuel, and straw and whatever maize is going to the heat and building and coal sector. So this is not really a competition at the moment, and the competition needs to be solved by imports, let's say, or by, of course, heightening the output of biomethane. We heard yesterday that we still have many untapped resources, also especially for manure. But we have political issues like gas grid access, for example, at the moment, and also in investment problems, let's say, because we learned yesterday no banks want to invest because there is a deadline, let's say, until 2030. And usually a bank would not finance a project where it's only secured, let's say, for 5 years or something like that. Yeah, please.
Hi, Tom Hollander, Agora Agriculture. I've once read a study that pointed out that approximately 20% of the existing biogas plants in Germany could be possibly connected to the grid if they're clustered.
Oh yeah, good point.
And but that's a scientific study. What's your assessment? Do you have any numbers on that? Because that's obviously a big lever for, is there going to be, are existing plants going to deliver biomethane or not?
Yes, so clustering is already in effect in Germany, that smaller biogas plants are connecting each other to jointly operate a biomethane plant, which also can be then attached closer to the grid, for example, is also in effect. And yeah, there are many drivers. Drivers are risk mitigation, and another driver, of course, is also that it is likely that the Federal Grid Agency will install a kind of threshold. So, for example, you will only be allowed to inject into the grid, let's say, from 350 norm cubic meters per hour. And because we have in Germany more smaller plants than other countries, this is a thing that hopefully then also brings an effect into business models. For example, Bavaria newly installed a mechanism where the raw biogas pipelines are being supported or incentivized. So you get then a funding for these raw gas pipelines. By the way, only then if you're using waste materials. So with maize, it would not work. Just to explain that Germany is going away from maize. Okay, I think also from looking at the time, we can leave it like it is at the moment. And I'm now welcoming the next speaker, Jean-Philippe Bontin. He's CEO of Borea, and at the same time, the president of Biogas Valais. Most of you will also maybe remember the presentations from yesterday. And yeah, Jean-Philippe, I'm very happy to welcome you on the stage. And a warm applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dick. Good morning, everyone. So I am French, so I have just one question. How many people in this room speak French? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's a good day. So I try to speak English. I do my best for you in my English. So I am truly honored to be here in Amsterdam today. Thank you for invitation, because it's very important for French market to try to speak English, because we are very big business in France for biogas and biomethane market. So today I represent two activities. The first is president of Biogas Valais. It's a French biogas industry cluster. And the second is Borea. It's my own company. It's a recruitment agency specialist for green gas sector. So I recruit engineer and director for biogas, biomethane, hydrogen in France, and sometime in Europe. Sometime. I take tick. Perfect. Yes, it's me. Yes, and now I speak with Biogas. Biogas Valais is a national network of economic players whose objective is to develop sustainable industrial sector for renewable gas or renewable gas without hydrogen. Because in France we have hydrogen association, very specific. Biogas Valais is all the gas without hydrogen. And I create a value on territories. At this time we have 102 members, less than Germany, but we are too small. We are a big company, Engie, Total, Suez, and developers that Evergas, Keon, and epuration companies at Prodeval. And 20 partners, 14 years of existence, and 3 employees. We are in Troyes, in the east of France, but we work for all French markets, but maybe a lot of people here come in France. Biogas is 3 parts of France, north, east, and west. South is more difficult in France. Yes. And ordre du jour, summary. I speak today for biomethane and carbon neutrality, the position of France and Europe in an international competition, synergy between biogas and another renewable technology, and action to accelerate green gas. And if you have any question at the end of the presentation, and I try to answer it. Biomethane and carbon neutrality in France, particularly in France. Biomethane producing from organic waste in France has estimated carbon footprint 41.7 grams of CO2 kilowatt, approximately 6 times less than fossil gas. And is important, biogas producing by methanization is the main important in France. Is for agriculture in France. Biogas is a lot of agriculture site. But we have a new technology, because if you want to substitute fossil fuel, you have another technology actually, hydrothermal gasification, pyrogasification, and power to gas, coupled with energy efficiency and electrification of certain use. We've replaced 100% fossil gas by 2050, representing a production of about 350 terawatt-hours in France. And in France, methanization makes it possible to recover agricultural waste, livestock mature, and bio-waste, and contribute to circular economy. This is very important because there are a lot of digester, and it's important to fertilization for the field. And at the end, I explained you are one market at this time in France is bio CO2. It's a very grow market because we start 1 year ago, a lot of demonstrator, and now we grow and invest a lot of money in bio CO2 in France. So for biomethane, biomethane is important in France because we have a lot of new jobs. Each biomethane plant, it's around 5 or 7 jobs per site. And in this job is very important because it's good for all the territories in France. Because we have East and Nancy and Lille, and we can create a new job for very small village. And in France, there are a lot of problems for unemployment, so it's a very good solution to renewable and to new job, no relocated job, and create local job. And I milite, I don't know if you understand. I am supporter for biomethane, with not against wind power, but biomethane is very important because in France it's possible to have no intermittent. We create the name is in French is rebours, is reverse, and there are a lot of projects in France. At this time, reverse storage basement. Only 22 sites at this time, but 2028, 150 new sites in France. So it's important because we have to create more biomethane in France for the pipeline. And naturally, it's normal, it's reduce the combustion of fossil fuel, and biomethane contribute to improving air quality. And at this time, it's very important locally production biomethane reduce dependent of import fossil gas, the cost and availability of which are subject to extreme fluctuation. Yes. The position, it's my favorite picture, slide. Yes, you can take a picture. It's very nice. Because it's the first time the French people are the first in biomethane site in Europe. In Europe, 1,581 plants. And in France, last week, because when I prepare, last week it's 759 plants, because we have a special observatoire, biomethane. Each week we have a new actuality, new site inject biomethane for the network in France. So we have 46% of biomethane site in France. It's very important. But you can see 46% for biomethane site, but only 21% of production. Because in France, it's not small, it's medium site. It's 250 nanometer cube per hour. It's a model for French. It's agriculture biomethane site. So it's not the big project. It's not very small, but it's medium. But there are a lot of projects. And at this time, there are projects in France. You have to buy a factor by 4 for 2035. So we have a lot of projects in a folder, and you have to continue to progress for this project. This is important information. In 2023, biogas accounts for only 1.25% of global gas consumption. We have different information, but for me, one of the main information is the main problem for biomethane in France, but it's the same in Europe, is the price. Because the fossil gas is still too cheap that compared to biomethane. In France, biomethane is 90 to 100 euro per megawatt. It's a contract, it's a long contract, 15 years by contract with French government, because we try to create a BPA, biogas purchase agreement, but it's very difficult to create this model, economic models. But so it's a French contract, and we have to continue to believe that there is a position for biomethane in France. And at this time, biomethane represents 4% for energy sector in France for consumption, only 4%. Because, you know, in France we are nuclear, so the French people prefer electricity at this time. And you have different information for United States. It's a very big consume, but gas, and in China. And we have a lot of French organizations want to create a business in Brazil, in India, in Chile for biomethane, because you are more opportunity. So French company want to create a business for developing and technology. And synergy between biomethane and another renewable technology. It's a French, yes, I didn't translate all of the picture, but you understand everything, I'm sure. It's important, it's 80% is methanization with agriculture. It's a very French model. But today we are another project, it's pyrogasification and hydrogasification. It's very important because there is a new rules. We have to use all the waste, and we have to valorization all the waste for the production electricity or gas. And with power to gas, we create hydrogen. So now we have two big projects of methanation and combine hydrogen and syngas to create methane. So this new technology for French market, but we hope that's a new opportunity for renewable and biomethane site. And on this slide, it's a little bit changed because the data is 2021 for French government. It's a little bit changed, low. For example, methanization, it's not 140, it's 100 terawatt. The potential is 2050. But pyrogasification is 140 terawatt, and power to gas is the same. Power to gas is the same. So we know that pyrogasification and power to gas, it's a new market for French. If you want to invest in France, methanization grow slowly, but grow. But if you have technology, there are a lot of new, I don't know the name, it's appel d'offres. It's a government ask for people answer for the big document. So it's very important because you have a waste, wood and different waste in France to produce, for example, pyrogasification. And when I start my presentation, I explained the different part of project in France. We can see for this picture, we have not two French country, just one. But we see it's on the left is only gasification hydrothermal with new project, and on the right it's for pyrogasification, and another big project. And now, if you want to create business in France, you have to go to big city project with waste, industrial project, and the French government launch the new project with a lot of waste. So it's an obligation, and for example, on the right you can see just around Bordeaux, there is very free big project. So you have to continue to believe that it's a new map for biogas and project in France. So the last part of my presentation is the action to accelerate green gas integration in the European project. In France, we have a little bit problem with government, actually. It's not very stable. We try to be stable, but it's not very easy. So if you are no rules stable, it's very difficult for investment, for agriculture, for businessmen to earn a lot of money for biomethane project. So we have to organize a financing mechanism outside, so state budget are gradually being implemented. Biogas production certificate in France, we created BPC 3 years ago. We start very slowly because in France it's too slow, everything is slow. But we create, it's a good news, but it's not very easy. It's not easy in French. You thought if I speak English, it's very difficult. And you have new standards that increase CapEx and OpEx. We have a lot of regulation, change the regulation, a lot of security of a site of biomethane. There's a lot of control. It's very difficult to have a vision. And for example, in France, when you create one biomethane site, the cost for one biomethane site is 6 million euro for 250 nanometer cube air power. 6 million euro. So bank and investment want to have a visibility. It's not easy. It's not easy. And we are encourage heavy duty mobility using bio-NGV in Europe. In France, it's too difficult because French government prefer electricity. So we are a lot of lobbying for bio-NGV because it's very easy when you create a biomethane site to create in the same place a station for the car, and set ambition biomethane products together for European member states. So now, if you have any question, I try to answer, and I hope you understand what I mean. Thank you.
So,
One question.
Yeah, there's one question.
Dick, you can help me.
Yeah.
You can help me.
Yeah, sure.
Merci, Jean-Philippe.
Wow, French.
Here it stops. Paul Hendricks, Enego again. Interesting to see what's going on in France. So, about the gasification, so that's a new technology, a different technology. Comparing the cost price with, let's say, the digesters, gasification is tremendously expensive. How does the French government cope with that? Are there specific subsidy systems for gasification?
Yes, I try to understand. Yes, for gasification, there's a price specific for if you want to create a project for gasification, it's possible to help with a price a little bit more expensive. Not more expensive. The price is better than just a biomethane, but it's not wow. It's just better, yes. And there are different AMI. It's a project for appel d'offres. Je ne sais pas comment on dit. Help me. Yes. Yes.
Call for offers.
Yes.
Call for offers.
Yes. So it's yes, but if you have the waste and very project, you have different possibility to subvention. For example, the region east of France, this part, political part of France, pay advantage subvention for this type of project. It depends part of France, but you can have a very good subvention, but maybe it's not you don't earn money a lot for this project, but with a subvention for the regional department, it's possible to create this project and after that another project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this interesting question and also for actually putting the case also for gasification, which is, by the way, also the other renewable gases, the topic of this day. So the question was very good. I had the same in mind, the support mechanisms maybe for gasification. Speaking of support mechanisms, do you also have a kind of tender biddings so that there are rounds by government, we give 500 megawatts out and you can bid on it? Is there a mechanism like that?
Can you repeat, please?
Is there a tender bidding mechanism?
Yeah. Yeah. In
Auctions, for example.
Yes, opportunities.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes. In France, it's very difficult, biogas and biomethane, for a government, because this is not the strategic. Biogas is not, the gas is not strategic in France. Mm-hmm. So, for example, your project is PPA, it's the rules for a government, but for example, biogas, it's only one energy in France is biomethane, as a good result for this target, just biomethane. But it's very, very, the target is very low,
Okay.
And they say, oh, it's enough, but we can do more and more and more. So it's possible, for example, we have to multiply it for 4, the production. It's ambition, it's rules. It's I say we have to multiply it for 4, but it's very difficult because administration, local resistance, a lot of people don't want to create a lot of biomethane in France. So you have to be resilient, you have to believe, and the government, sometimes, it depends the day, say, okay, for 2 or 3 new projects, but 1 month, and after next month, say, stop the project. So you have to believe for this technology, and because we have potential in France, we have a lot of farmers, we have a lot of waste, so the possibility is enormous. But it's a long time.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one quick last one question, the role of bio-CNG and bio-LNG for fuel, but maybe also because I believe you also have off-grid regions in France, more than in Germany, bigger ones. Does, for example, also regasification of LNG plays a role?
Yes, bio-CO2 in France, it's a very new project, and you have helping for a lot of regions. For example, on the east of France, we celebrate a new site of bio-CO2, and this bio-CO2 is for the beer. Yes, and so when I drink my beer, it's a bio-CO2 of biomethane site just in front, just inside the brasserie, beer factory. But you have to give a lot of money if you are a competitive project for bio-CO2. But in France, for 700 sites, it's possible to create this potential. Yeah. It's a new market and a new potential to earn money, because in France, it's very difficult for me to explain in English, but in France, we are un tiers, comment on dit un tiers? 1/3 earn money, a lot of money for biogas site, 1/3 just zero, and 1/3 down zero.
Okay.
Yes, it's a reality. Because it's not because it's old technology sometimes, because it's difficult for. So if you want to create new model, you have to find new solution, and bio-CO2 is a solution to gap the biomethane site.
Okay, thank you. I was actually asking for CNG and LNG, but doesn't matter. It was
Yeah.
anyhow a good,
It's,
good explanation.
For next time.
Next time.
With pleasure.
Exactly. Okay. No, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And a warm applause again. So, thank you very much. So, yeah, we are now also looking into other renewable gases. We had already the syngases, and now we will deal with the renewable liquid gases, bio-LPG. And this is, by the way, also a new upcoming topic in Germany. And I'm happy to welcome Goher Rehman, Mehl. He's the head of Global Sustainable Fuels Policy at Futuria Fuels. And he also has active roles within trade associations such as the European Biogas Association and the World Liquid Gas Association. Welcome you on the stage. It's yours. Thank you.
So I use this. Good morning, everyone. I think probably this presentation is slightly unique for many people in the audience. We often get to talk about biogas or biomethane, but hardly people talk about bio-LPG. So this is a bit of a perspective that's slightly different for some of you in the audience. So biogas and off-grid, unlocking the potential of renewable liquid gas. By off-grid, we mean communities, businesses that are not typically connected to natural gas pipeline network. And they often benefit from cleaner energy solutions like LPG. So if you have to substitute LPG with low carbon sustainable molecules such as biogas, what are the options? And by liquid gas, we mean LPG. It's a gas transported as a liquid. I'm part of SHV Energy. It's a global, one of the leading global distributors of energy, primarily LPG, but we also have small scale LNG business. We are supplying our products to a lot of customers across the globe, 26 million in 21 countries. We have a large employee base, more than 12,000 employees. But we are known under a different brand in different geographies. So if you are in the UK, we are known by the brand name called Kelle. In Poland, we are Gaspol. In Germany, we are Prima Gas. In Italy, we are Liquigas. In India, we are Supergas. And if you see also and Prima LNG is the brand for supplying LNG. We have a small LNG business as well in Europe, including Turkey. And Futuria Fuels is a brand that is focused on supplying renewable liquid gas to our businesses to advance the low carbon journey of our customers that are currently using LPG. So yeah, I just put this slide to explain it maybe visually, how it is transported. So liquid gas or LPG today is used in cylinders and also in bulk tanks. Currently we are supplying LPG, which is a commercial name for propane and butane in chemistry terms, coming from fossil sources, of course. And the renewable alternative to substitute LPG would be renewable liquid gas. It includes renewable LPG, but also renewable DME. So renewable LPG is exactly the same molecule when it comes to chemical composition as fossil LPG is, but it is coming from renewable sources such as waste residues, but also you can make it using green electricity, which would be eLPG. And other molecule which is of interest to the LPG industry is DME. DME has very similar physical and chemical properties to LPG. That's why this molecule can fit with LPG infrastructure. You can also blend renewable DME up to 12% with fossil LPG without having to make any changes in the infrastructure. So up to 12% DME is also a drop-in solution, but it is also possible that you supply 100% DME to an existing LPG customer with small and cheap retrofits to the appliances, such as boilers. You can also use 100% RDME as a solution. So we call them collectively renewable LPG and renewable DME. We refer to them as renewable liquid gas. There are widespread applications of liquid gas in off-grid areas for heating purposes primarily. So in households, LPG is used for space heating, also for water heating purposes. LPG is also used as a fuel in transport. In light-duty vehicles, it's called autogas. And across the globe, we have over 25 million vehicles that are currently running on LPG. You can also use it for cooking purposes, for barbecues, and in industry, it's using for a wide range of applications for grain drying in agriculture, also for process heat, and for cooling purposes as well. And for domestic applications, I've already mentioned, for space heating and hot water purposes. So quite a lot of applications. At the moment, SHV Energy is supplying Bio-LPG. So Bio-LPG, as we speak today, is a product that is available in the market in small yet growing quantities. We pioneered the launch of Bio-LPG back in 2018. At the moment, we are actively supplying this product to 8 countries across Europe, and you see the flags. And then with Bio-LPG, you can reduce up to 80% emissions compared to fossil LPG. Of course, it depends on the feedstock that you're using, and also depends on the location and a lot of other factors, but up to 80% is achievable. Now you must be wondering, what is the technology that produces bioLPG? Currently it's a co-product or bioproduct of SAF and renewable diesel production from HVO and HEFA processes, so hydrotreatment of vegetable oils. So it's closely tied with the production of SAF or renewable diesel. So if SAF is deployed in increasing quantities, bioLPG is also made available. This is the statistics and data coming from Argus in 2025. The bioLPG production capacity, globally speaking, is close to 600 kilotons per annum. And with SAF mandates, we expect that this through this pathway, which is commercially available today, bioLPG volumes would also increase. Globally speaking, LPG consumption is approximately 350 million tons. And if you convert that tonnage in energy units, then it's the same amount of energy that is being consumed by commercial aviation. So just to put things in perspective, there's a lot of focus on a decarbonization of aviation industry, but hardly there's any focus on the LPG and how we can support the LPG industry to decarbonize, because so many customers and people across the globe are benefiting from this cleaner energy solution already today, with the possibility to advance the low carbon journey with solutions like bioLPG. Like I explained, this slide is a bit busy, goes into details of this pathway that is commercially available. So you're using feedstocks such as fats and oils, vegetable oils, used cooking oil, animal fats. You hydrotreat them and you get renewable diesel. If you were to produce SAF, it's a slightly different process. Technology is the same, there's an additional step, and then you can get to SAF. But in both cases, typically the LPG fractions or bioLPG fractions range from 5 to 8%. These are some of the examples of the projects. Neste, we are off-taking bioLPG from Neste refinery in Rotterdam. They're making renewable diesel, but they also have bioLPG on their site. Repsol in Spain, they're also producing renewable diesel with bioLPG fractions available. And we have an ongoing collaboration with Sky Energy. They would produce, or they're scheduled to construct their first facility to make SAF in the Netherlands, and we have rights to offtake bioLPG that will come out from their facility in the coming years. But we know as an industry, 350 million tons is a lot of consumption across the globe. So one pathway where we are just a co-product would not be enough to decarbonize the whole supply. So we need to look at a lot of other pathways. These pathways are also, the technology maturity levels. TRL level 9 is the pathway that is commercially available, which I have just explained, HVO and HEFA. With pyrolysis units, pyrolysis is also commercially available technology, but LPG fractions are very minute, like 2%, 3%, which are typically recycled back into the process for process heat. So that's why this technology is not at the moment making bioLPG volumes available to the sector. But we are also exploring a lot of other pathways. You can use raw biogas to make biodME. You can also use raw biogas to make bioLPG, and I will talk about this pathway towards the end of the presentation. We have ongoing collaboration with our Japanese partners to scale up this technology to advance its technical maturity. And Power-to-X pathways, there's one project in Chile, for example, that is using wind energy to make methanol, e-methanol. And from methanol, they convert it to make gasoline. Methanol to gasoline is a known technology. And when you make gasoline, there is 13% bioLPG fractions, or ELPG in this case, that you also get, which is now procured by a local LPG distributor in Chile. So this is the focus of the LPG industry. We are looking at a diverse set of pathways to make sure that we advance this decarbonization journey of the sector with the increased focus on on-purpose production. So we don't want to be a co-product of some other pathway. We want to bring on board and online the facilities that are dedicated for the production of LPG or DME from renewable sources. Recently, the Global LPG Trade Association, which is called World Liquid Gas Association, WLGA, has conducted a study to look at the availability of renewable liquid gas, what we can realistically achieve given the pathways, technologies that are available, and also taking into account the feedstock constraints. The study was asking three main questions: provide a holistic assessment of renewable feedstock availability for renewable liquid gas production, considering feedstock competition from alternative low carbon energy solutions. In the study, a model was created where different technological pathways were integrated to see how much do they contribute individually in terms of volumes towards 2050 and also beyond. Looking beyond 2050 is a bit challenging because you run with so many assumptions, so how precise you can be is always difficult. But the study also looks at availability of renewable liquid gas beyond 2050 by putting constraints on bio-based feedstocks and not necessarily on other feedstocks. For example, green electricity-based pathways or power to X is hard to really put restrictions around those pathways. And what the study found is that in 2040 and 2050, you see this graph. There are three different scenarios: baseline, moderate, and high, which are differentiated by the availability of feedstock, feedstock competition, the right set of policy frameworks, level playing field, so that you can scale up different technology pathways. In 2050, it's possible to achieve between 60 to 120 million tons of renewable liquid gas with a central estimate of 88 million tons. Of course, if you're dealing with future, there would be uncertainty. So you cannot always say with precision that, okay, this would be the future. There has to be ranges, so that's why you see that in each of these scenarios, you see range of volumes that are possible. Against those volumes, you can save up to 238 million tons of CO2 on an annual basis. And between base and high, you see that there's a big difference. So if there's no adequate policy support, then there's a risk that you would only reach a quarter of the total potential that is possible. So if in the high scenario you have 88 million tons, then in the baseline it's just 20 million tons. So that's why this kind of assessment, which is data-driven, really helps the sector make a case for support for renewable liquid gases at the national level, regional level, with policymakers and decision makers. And beyond 2050, theoretically speaking, the study says that upwards of 200 million tons can be achieved. This is not a net zero scenario. So even if you move beyond 2050, there is feedstock available, and you can scale up renewable liquid gas depending on the region. So of course, Europe would achieve climate neutrality by 2050, but this is not the case in India. They have plans to be climate neutral by 2070, Russia 2060. So depending on the region, there is still a possibility to increase the volumes of renewable liquid gas. This slide just provides a breakdown per pathway, the pathways that I showed in one of my previous slides. So yeah, towards 2040, the bio-LPG volumes still grow with tied to SAF production and renewable diesel production, but they had hit a limit because of feedstock constraints. By 2040, we also expect that gasification routes would also mature and biogas routes would also expand. So biogas to bio-LPG and biogas to DME pathways could also contribute to volumes, which means that dedicated RDME production will grow as an alternative clean fuel source for the LPG industry. And from 2035 onwards, and actually after 2040, power to X pathways also tend to scale up with the underlying assumption that there would be low-cost hydrogen available coming from green electricity. So if you see it at the split between pathways in terms of percentages, there's a diverse mix of pathways for 2050, but in 2040, in baseline and moderate scenarios, bio-LPG volumes coming from SAF and HEFA still contribute a large fraction, but that fraction reduces for 2050. These are some policy recommendations, really high level. Every geography is different, so you need to be aware of those specificities for each country or each region. But globally speaking, we believe that there are some principles that we need to keep in mind when devising policies. Technology neutral approach. I think most of the people in this room in particular would Also agree with this kind of messaging that we need a technology neutral approach so that together with electrons, we make a space for sustainable molecules in the energy mix of the future. Regulatory harmonization, in particular on carbon accounting, we need interoperability and alignment on carbon accounting principles so that with life cycle assessment methodologies, we come to sort of similar conclusions on carbon intensities for different projects. At the moment, what we see is that if you have a project that makes biogas in Brazil, has the same features, same size, but because of the different set of regulatory parameters around it, it results in a different carbon intensity compared to a similar project in the US, which results in creating uncertainties. It creates barriers for attracting investments in such projects. Financial incentives, tax rebates we need for biofuels in general, because they tend to be more expensive compared to fossil alternatives. But particularly for new pathways which are yet to be proven, we need to de-risk those technologies. So we need a lot of funds from the government, capital grants, to make sure that we de-risk those pathways and then try and attract investments and reach financial investment decisions. Feedstock security, also we need harmonization on sustainability criteria. There's a lot of this big discussion in Europe on the imports of green molecules from outside of Europe, primarily because sustainability criteria are not the same. So we want to make sure that, as a global community, harmonize those standards so that we only use feedstock that are sustainably sourced to minimize the impact on the environment and on biodiversity, for example. Market stability, we need a long-term view. The speaker before me also talked about it, like in France and any other country, also in Germany. If you want to make sure that these projects are a success, we need a long-term view on these projects and policies around those 15 years, 20 years, which is typically the lifetime of these projects. On consumer adoption, we need demand signal. Mandates and obligations are one of those instruments to make sure that consumers offtake these projects. If you are only focused on supply side policies, that's fine. But I think supply side policies should have to be combined with demand side measures to make sure that we have long-term offtake contracts for these kind of projects to make them a success. And avoid inhibition, which means we need to make sure that there's a level playing field. We need electrons, certainly, but we also need molecules. So we should not resort to favoritism. With an open mind, we need to also make sure that we also facilitate pragmatic solutions, especially for communities which are in off-grid areas, rural communities that have a different set of challenges when it comes to decarbonization. Very quickly, I think as a company, we strongly believe in collaboration. Without collaboration, you cannot achieve that future that you saw in one of those slides, in the modeling exercise. That's why we have joined forces with one of our biggest competitors as SHV Energy. We are joining forces with DCC Energy. They're also an LPG player. And we are looking at a portfolio of projects and opportunities which are ticking a lot of boxes when it comes to technology, process, catalysts that we use, but we don't have all the expertise because we are a distribution company. And when it comes to production, you require different kind of expertise. So we are increasingly looking to partner with technology providers, project developers, to build consortia and alliances to make sure that we stimulate an environment that would attract investments in renewable liquid gas production pathways. And like I said, this is another example. We are working with Japanese Furukawa Electric, which is a state-owned company. Ostomos Energy is also one of the leading LPG distribution company in Japan. We have joined forces with them to convert raw biogas into bio-LPG. So you take biogas, do the reforming exercise, you convert it to syngas, and from syngas you do a catalytic reaction and get to bio-LPG. As we speak, there is a pilot plant that has started construction in Hokkaido, which would result in 200 to 300 tons per annum of bio-LPG coming from biogas. And this project is fully funded by the Japanese government because they place a lot of importance on LPG. LPG is a key molecule for them in terms of energy security. In crisis management situations, LPG comes to rescue. So that's why it is part of government strategy to facilitate and develop alternative solutions that can be locally produced. Then it would go to demonstration scale project, which goes from 1,000 tons to 2,000 tons per annum in 2030 to get to first of a kind. So this is the timeline. Things take time, but we are trying our best to make sure that we partner with the right entities to make that happen. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this versatile and integrative gas, actually, and also pointing out the synergies, for example, which can emerge with biogas. By the way, Primagas is also a member of the German Biogas Association. We just started to discuss where we can interact with each other, or where we separate, for example, the needs, so that there will be no competition. My question in this matter, before we come to the audience, you named a lot of opportunities to use. So what I learned from Primagas, for example, role in building sector will play a crucial role, also in light of the Building Energy Act, especially then when there is no grid connection. On the other hand, you said, and we know it maybe from the Netherlands, LPG as a fuel, autogas. Could you explain, I don't know, maybe from the market or from your company, how much roundabout percentage will go to the fuel sector and how much can go to the building sector? Do you have estimations maybe?
It's a good question. But
1/3 to 2/3, or will it shift? Something like that?
I don't know if I have a very clear answer to that. But if you look at the modeling exercise, it was focused on supply side. And now the question that the industry is asking, can we also do a matchmaking exercise? So what part of that supply goes to which sector where LPG is being used, whether it's buildings, industry, or transport, like you said. But at least from our European experience, we see that a lot of industrial customers are willing to pay a premium at the moment because they can absorb the premium. With domestic customers, it would be a bit of a challenge, which means that we need to have the right set of policies in place to support the offtake of this product for domestic customers. And already in autogas, there is an obligation, but LPG is not part of the transport sector obligation across Europe. But what happens is that we often benefit from it. If we are supplying bio-LPG in transport sector, typically we supply to the suppliers that are obligated, and they have a deficit to meet their obligation targets. So then we, against the bio-LPG supply, we sell the certificates to them and becomes a source of revenue. So part of it at the moment is going to transport subsectors. It is used in forklift trucks, and some of it is being used by industry.
Thank you. So I'm addressing the audience, online or virtual, or here in the room. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I was really interested in that. Thank you very much for talking. Did you say that you've got an 80% reduction compared to fossil-based LPG when you use biomethane? If you use a methane which has got much better carbon intensity, where it's negative, taken from purely manure and waste, then you effectively get a negative carbon product. And that you could sell at a much higher premium, my guess is. So, for example, in the UK at the moment, I'm paying £6 a kilogram, right, for my camper van. But if I buy it if I put it in my car, it's only £1. So there's a £6 uplift already in just buying small quantities into the domestic sector. So I was just interested, is there any plan to offer that as a product to people who want to use it at home and know that they're being green, or better than green, basically?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think what I mentioned on the slide, up to 80% reduction, is the reduction that is coming from the existing pathway, which is SAF production, renewable diesel production. Typically from that route, when you're using used cooking oil and animal fats, yeah, you can go up to 80%. In certain cases, we also seen more than 80% greenhouse gas reduction on a life cycle basis. But for other pathways, if you're using biogas, it is possible to also achieve negative emissions. Oberon Fuels is one company in the US that is using biogas to make DME. And with California Air Resource Board, they have done some assessment that from their pathway, if you're using manure as a starting point to make biogas and then to make DME, it is possible to achieve minus 278 grams of CO2 per megajoule. But we didn't want to use those extreme numbers in that study because people tend to question, okay, is it really possible in all cases? Legislation is also different in different geographies, so we have worked with conservative numbers for now, but you're absolutely right, moving forward. As legislation also matures, market matures around that, there are opportunities to sell carbon credits. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do I see another hand? No. Okay, thank you very much
Thank you.
for this insightful presentation. And yeah, your applause. Thank you. So, next point in the agenda is the panel discussion, the role of biomethane in a resilient and decentralized energy system. We'll take the time for a couple of minutes, not more than 5 minutes, I guess, to arrange the chairs. And yeah, just be patient. Of course, if you need to go to the restrooms, do so, but at least there will be no time to network at the moment.
What do you want?
No, they're too close to each other because yesterday this was not good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a little space. Can also make it a little bit down. So this was quick. I see that some are maybe taking really the chance for toilet, for restrooms. Otherwise, I can already ask maybe my panelists to come to the stage. So we have Jean-Philippe Bottin again. First seat. We have Ari Suomilami, Head of Renewable Gases from Gasum. She's apparently outside at the moment. Okay, have you seen her? Okay, then we will see, okay. Sorry? Ah, but he's just outside. Ari, can you try to catch up, Ari? Okay, at the next, we have Line Lundby, Export Investment Fund Denmark, IFO. Okay, hi. Just take a seat. We are just waiting for you.
Hello, hi.
Yeah, and we have Jasper from Refuels. So, thank you very much for your interest and for my panelists. Yeah, maybe I just introduce some of you maybe again. Most of you are already known. Some will be known later. So we have Jean-Philippe Bottin. I think I do not have to lose much words because we have already heard that he's the CEO of Borea and president of Biogas Valley. And we have Ari Suomilami, head of renewable gases from the Nordic energy company Gasum, which is well known. We have Line Lundby, we heard her yesterday, the Export Investment Fund of Denmark, the IFO. And we have Jasper von Refuels, co-founder and member of the board. So we also have one of my specialties, the fuel sector here. Okay, so we have a broad range of topics. So the role of biomethane in a resilient and decentralized energy system. So maybe I would like at first to give the same questions to all of you. So how can biomethane enhance the grid stability? You've heard a little bit about that, but it's good to have your perspective one after the other. and how they can complete intermittent renewable energy sources like wind and solar. Yeah, Jean-Philippe.
Yes, perfect. And first, and for French market, I explain for French market.
Yeah, of course,
Yes,
of course. From your perspective, that's the idea.
Yes, for French market, actually the wind power and solar power is very important, but it's very intermittent power for the network electricity, and so the position of biogas and biomethane, biomethane is to be regular. It's very important for us to regular energy. And for us, at this time, for example, it's only biomethane represents 2.5% of gas in France for consumption, but we have to grow because if you want to mix energetic, biomethane is a solution to be the regular power. So in France, we want to increase biomethane for the mix energetic because wind power is, I think so in France, is to not to the top of the power, but it's very difficult with a mix energetic. So we want to create, we want to increase biomethane for regular, yes.
Okay, do you have issues with grid stability? Maybe you think about blackouts, brownouts or something, what we have experienced in Spain, for example. Is that an issue or topic in France?
Yes. I try to understand for your question, but for French position, French government, and biomethane is not the main solution in France for energy, but we want to create for the French mentality that it's one solution. So for us, the issue is to have to create solution, and we have to show for the people, to show for the government, one site is product, is one local, is not delocated. It's possible to go to the pipeline, and we have sovereignty power, sovereignty power. So we have to demonstrate each day in biomethane in France. It's one solution, is not intermittent, because when you put a gas, it's a network each day. And so it's possible, but you have to explain every day in France.
Okay, no, thank you. Yeah, in Germany, for example, we also have, we are working on this grid stability with the intermittent energy forms. So if I pass this question on to Ari, of course, grid stability is maybe not the hot topic, let's say, in the very Nordics, like Finland, for example, but we can extend this, of course, to supply security.
Yes, correct. So I'm taking the Nordic perspective here. So the biomethane, which is produced in the countries where we are present, in Finland, Sweden, Norway, and now also in Denmark, we see that the power generation based on the biomethane is not very common, except in Denmark, where we see quite a lot of power and heat production, which is directly connected to the biomethane production. Where it comes to the Nordic market, you're right, the grid stability is not that big issue. From Finnish perspective, we see quite a lot of wind power coming, which is causing at least the prices to go up and down, depending on the weather conditions. So there is, let's say, some need for the increased stability, but I would say that the biomethane is not really the solution for that, because high volumes would be needed, and in that sense, it's not really possible with biomethane. But it comes also from the, as you said, the security of supply perspective. For example, in the very cold days in the winter time, when there is no wind available, it means that there is a bit deficit of the electricity production. even though we have quite good connection between the neighboring countries, but still that is causing some challenges sometimes. And at the moment there is quite a lot of discussion that could the gas supply to be utilized to provide the kind of balancing power in a short term in these days. And when taking that from the perspective of gas, of course it's natural gas, but now when we are able to source quite big volumes of biomethane from other producers, and then we could kind of allocate these to be utilized also for this kind of a backup purpose in the high demand period. So in that sense, there is a possibility for biomethane to secure the supply of electricity and also create the stability in that sense. So I see some possibilities, but directly from the biogas production, biomethane is not enough to really, at the moment, to create the stability.
So you say not enough. How about power to gas projects in the Nordics to, for example, double the biomethane yield?
No, of course, the increased volumes will help in that, but also we have a lot of projects coming from the perspective of hydrogen production, and then e-methane production, which is actually increasing maybe the instability of the electricity system as such. So that is a kind of a all the time evolving environment where we are. So the future will show where this will end up.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I pass this question on to Line, I mean, okay, of course, financing in itself is not a topic of grid stability, but of course we need, as we have learned, biomethane plants. So there need to be a jump up actually of biomass plants, methane plants, which require financing. So basically there's also, I would not put it to you like a duty, but maybe in a kind of obligation from the moral side to support the build-up of biomethane, grids, networks, and so on. So how is the financing perspective on that to support this?
Yeah. Well, from a financing perspective, we always like stability and predictability. That's also what we discussed yesterday. So, I don't know much about the technical side of it, so I'm listening to my fellow panelists here. But if it can hire the demand for biomethane and the stability, then I think it's a good way of doing it. And I'm from Denmark. We have a high degree of renewable energy in the system, and we also, from a financing perspective, discussing battery energy storage systems in order to increase the stability of the system. So all kind of ways to create stability in the system is important, and also something that we can finance.
Okay, and I mean, it's also maybe a view from the other point of view, let's say. So if we have grid stability, then there are stable earnings, with which actually then the loans are being paid. So this is, of course, then interacting.
Yes, it is. Well, I think in my next life I want to be a venture capitalist or something more exciting, because we always think about downside protection. So if I want to keep my job, I need to secure that we get our money back with an interest. So this is a way of being able to predict the cash flow, the debt service ability.
Okay, thank you. So now we have more or less talked about the electricity grid. If I now look at you from refuels, so maybe the electricity grid is not in the main focus, although in some countries, of course, especially in the Nordics, it is an option to regasify LNG and at the point of use. So maybe, I don't know if you have an opinion on the electricity grid, but we can extend it, of course, to the gas grid. So how, for example, refuels, or how are your ideas to also secure kind of grid stability in the gas grid for itself?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, well, the grid, the power grid stability, if you can use gas to stabilize that grid, then it could be biogas, biomethane, but also fossil gas, of course. So that is not the question, I guess. If you look at the grid stability in the national, in the distribution grid, it's important that we find the technical solutions to, especially in the summer, being able to absorb the gas. So there needs to be technical solutions for bringing gas, boosting pressure from the distribution grid to the transport grid. And I think that's an important task for governments. Instead of supporting the production of biomethane, I think governments should focus on facilitating the absorption, so the intake of biomethane and the application of biomethane. And if you support biomethane, you hide inefficiencies and you support the wrong thing. In a way, biomethane is always more expensive than gas. So what is the reason for companies, for consumers to use biomethane and pay a premium? Well, that's of course only when you make it very cheap by supporting it, which is inefficient and is in a way only available for new technology pathways to make them more mature, or you make an obligation. And I think obligating the market to use biomethane is the only way to get to a scalable industry, because otherwise we will just be throwing money at it. And support is not something that is just there. It's taxpayers' money. And it's inefficient. So I think as a taxpayer, I would like my money to be spent as good as possible. And in a way, if you make it an obligation, then of course the polluter, the one who's using it, will pay for it. And by paying the price, you become more efficient. Support will not create an efficient supply chain. And I think that's the most important thing. It's a fundamental switch. This, well, I would say not addiction, but let's say the addiction to support should be replaced by obligations.
Thank you very much. Very good point, and I would like even to stay at this point a little bit because, the incentive strategies. This is, of course, a topic. It always depends a bit, of course, of the development stage, let's say, of a country or member states. So I would pass this question on, maybe to get some impressions from the country perspectives. If I look, for example, at Germany, of course, I don't know, somewhere maybe in the 80s, we also incentivized, let's say, the build-up. So the production side for biomethane or biogas. This was later being shifted because, the program can come to an end when you have jump-started it. Then the next phase is to switch to support or incentivize actually the gas that is being produced. Might that be, for example, with auctions, tender biddings, or the famous GHG quota in Germany, of course, which I would believe could also be a role model for other countries. I hope so. Because this is a leverage, as you said, it would not be your tax money. Especially if you go like this for a market-driven instrument to finally, heighten the proportion of alternative fuels. And to be honest, of course, at the moment, biomethane, biogas is more expensive than fossil one. But I think at least my personal perspective, so from 2030 on, when we really have high CO2 taxation in place, and if we have better efficiency, if we have finally the economy of scales visible, so this would be maybe interesting then to see how this influences then the pricing schemes, of course. So if I give this question on incentives, maybe also then to you. So incentives, especially, for example, if you look on an ongoing incentive by auctions, if you then have a feed-in tariff or a premium, for the next 20 years. This, of course, is security for a bank, I would believe. So would you support this, or do you have also an idea about the incentive models in your country and your bank, of course? What is bankable, for example? What is not bankable?
Yeah. Well, it's I think I said it yesterday as well. It has been quite easy to finance large-scale biogas plants in Denmark for the last couple of years because of the subsidy, the Danish subsidy scheme. But in my opinion, it's not a way going forward. And as an example, I can mention that even though I represent IFO, an independent public-owned company in Denmark, we always act on commercial terms. We are not allowed to give any kind of state aid or anything like that. We are really hard regulated by the European Commission. So we would like to see this work on commercial terms. I think it's very important. But again, we can only collaborate or finance if we do it together with commercial banks, and they also like the predictability and the stable cash flow, and of course they like some kind of subsidies as well from a AAA rated state. It's bankable, but if we want this sector to grow and professionalize, like we've seen in the wind industry, for example, then it's important to be without subsidies, I think.
That is correct. I mean, after all, subsidies need to cease, and I think there need to be clear exit points. I recall, for example, when we had the heydays of feed-in tariffs throughout Europe, at least Germany, for example, they give a clear path how to lower it. On the other hand, I experienced for myself in Spain, for example, they noticed too late that they're spending too much money, and from one day off the other, the banks cutted all the loans, so you had to repay your loans at once. And this was really a crazy situation, and I think there's still a court case going on somewhere at World Trade Organization for now 20 years or so. So this, of course, something, that we also need to observe, and this is maybe also then a task for the associations to give these information to the politicians. Yeah, but going to the incentives, I have not so much ideas. Norway, Finland, and so on. How you are handling incentives, at which level? Also production, or after production, or even both?
Yes, so in Finland we have of course the subsidies for the investment as it is in Sweden, and I assume in quite many other countries, but then in the Nordic countries we have the production subsidy in Sweden for the biomethane, which is produced in different levels. So one for the manure produced biomethane, then one for the upgraded biomethane, and then thirdly there's a subsidy for the liquefied biomethane. So that is kind of a three-step approach for the production. In Finland we don't have a production subsidy. We actually have a kind of a subsidy mechanism through the blending mandate for the traffic fuel. So there is a certain share of the blending mandate allocated to biomethane, and that is proven to be quite effective and well-functioning subsidy mechanism. And it is, as said, targeted at increased consumption, not trying to boost directly the production. And it is of course a risk always with these subsidy systems, which is kind of a regulatory or political risk, as we have seen already in Finland that the blending mandate was lowered when the government was changed. It was same happening in Sweden. So there is also the blending mandate in Sweden, which actually was changed and caused a bit turbulence in the market for the renewable fuels. That is a big risk. So the stability of the subsidy systems or the blending mandates as such needs to be there. And I often say that in Denmark there is a kind of grandfathering principle. So the decisions on the subsidy mechanism from the previous government is actually followed by the next government as well. So the political risk from our perspective is a bit lower when this kind of a principle is applied. when we are estimating the greenfield investments, calculating the profitability and everything what is related to the business case, we don't take the subsidies into account. Only the part where we can be certain that we receive the subsidies, like in Sweden, the budgetary period of 3 years. That part of subsidy are kind of evaluated to be a benefit in the investment case, but everything what is after that is having so big uncertainty that we are not taking that into account in the business case calculation.
Okay, thank you for that point of view. Okay, before I come to you, Jasper, I think you wanted to react to that. Yeah, please.
Yes. So if you look at biomethane as a market, it's a very volatile market in terms of cost and revenues in its own. So that we need to be aware of. I think it is another important thing for biomethane, that is, it's solving a waste problem. So it's not only the fact that it's an energy carrier, but it's also solving a waste problem. And that's, I think, the fundamental difference between solar and wind and biomethane. And so we should embrace that. Then you think about the support side. In the Netherlands, there are now a couple of biomethane plants being stranded, even though receiving support. Why is that? Well, the revenue side is fixed, but the cost side isn't. So we need to look at the business case from a very integral perspective and see that we always, even though it's volatile, that the costs always are lower than the revenues. That's another one. So support in the middle or at some stage in the supply chain doesn't really solve that volatility problem. And then you see banks. We see a lot of capital being available, for example, in Spain. Huge amounts of, well, billions, but they are not getting deployed in the speed that they should. Why not? Because there are no supply contracts available that give you the security that you need. So in a way, governments should not spend the money on support, but stabilize the business case in increasing the obligations, and then have for banks, well, basically also an obligation, I guess, somehow, but use the money for when everything goes south, to have some sort of security fund for that. And that's how you can deploy capital in this value chain without being exposed to huge risks, downside risks, but also not like to this enormous profits that commercial banks are counting on.
Okay, thank you very much. Good point. And yeah, I'd actually want to ask you, because of course the security funds is an option. Do you have an opinion or an idea how this could be leveraged, or are you doing that maybe also as IFO, for example, that you have security funds for yourself?
No.
That can be utilized. Okay.
Yeah. No, we don't have funds like that. So it's we have some specific mandates. For instance, we can finance in Ukraine. I actually discussed several biogas projects in Ukraine. That's another story. But we don't have funds like that. It would be a governmental thing. But I think it's a good point because we've talked a lot about revenue and stability, but it's actually the earnings before interest tax, EBITDA, that it's important. So it's also the OPEX side of it. So you need the whole story.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I mean, if I look now to France with more or less the same question, incentives. And I would also like to take the point then of obligations, because this is, of course, another instrument, let's say. But if you look at France, please correct me, but as far as I know, in France, the production side is subsidized in a way, so it's intensivized. And also, I understand, coming maybe then to the topic, I put it around again, the obligations. Is it correct that there is an obligation that if a biomethane plant produces, let's say, minimum 50 norm cubic meters, 150 norm cubic meters, whatever, are they obliged to inject into the grid? Or am I wrong? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I understand. Yes. France is. I think it's completely different. I visited Denmark last September. It was completely different for the size of the site, and so I just complete the answer with my colleague. In France, the waste for your feedstock for your digester is very important for the price you sell biomethane. It's very important. Sometimes it's better for the farmer to create biomethane site than solar power plant. Because if you have a cow, if you are, I don't know, a lot of animals in English, but if you use this product, it's better because we have very good price. We help the farmer. So the biomethane is a very solution if you are cow, for example, in France. And if you are very small production of biomethane, you have more subvention. Because it's French vision for biomethane is very agriculture. So it's one point is very important. The second point, it's in France you have I think the same problems that another country. It's local opposition, for example. 10 years ago, biogas, biomethane is not a problem because very few people say it's not good. It's just wind power, wind power, wind power. That now wind power is finished in France. So you say, biomethane is not good for my village, it's not good for my kids in the school. Oh my God, this is explosion. It's incredible. So now, if you want to create a biomethane site, you have to put in the same place the bank, farmer, and the people local. And you have finance from people, participation. I don't know in English, but if you put, for example, now, if you want to create this project, if you come with 10, 20, or 100 people, put just 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 euro for this project, the bank support this project, put more money, and I say, okay, for this project, because it's a French impact, it's impact for local job, for local position. Politician people say, okay, it's a very good idea now, because you are only 10 people more in this project. So in France, it's one of the solutions to create a new biomethane site. It's to put together bank, people, and farmer. Because the price is better, and after that, it's good if you want to earn money.
Okay. Well, the last couple of minutes, I would concentrate indeed a little bit on this topic, obligation. Because when I'm asked, for example, hey, in Germany, you don't have an obligation, do you? And I need to say, well, we have a lot of. So sometimes I believe that there are maybe different understandings of what is actually a blending obligation and where it is used. Looking again at France, blending obligation, is that a topic? Let's say in the, so in France, if it's a topic, maybe as in Germany, this would be in Germany, I would consider as a blending obligation, as I explained, that you have to have 65% of renewable content in a gas mix for the heating sector. That would be a blending obligation. The other blending obligation is, for example, the sub-quota admixing in fuels. Yeah? This I also would consider a blending obligation, and quite newly in Germany we look now into the blending obligations for SAF. So this I would, for example, consider blending obligations. Can you explain a little bit the situation of such instruments, let's say, in France, if they exist?
Yes. In France, we have a lot of obligation for biogas site. But for e-fuel, now it's in France, we have to create a new market for e-fuel. For example, 4% of that 4% for fuel have to be for e-fuel in France. Okay. So it's enormous market. So you have to contract with different distributor to create this market. This is obligation. But in France, when you have obligation, you create another rules, and and it's possible to contour. It's better because maybe it's create a new market, this obligation for e-fuel. But you have invest a lot of money. So actually, the biogas products actually in France, you have no lot of possibility to create this new market. So we have to do, but it's difficult.
Okay.
Because it's French.
Yeah.
But we have very big opportunity. But you have to bank to support this project. But in France, actually, it's so difficult to have a help to the bank.
Okay. Yeah, looking to the Nordics and to Finland, maybe blending obligation. What does it tell you, or what can you understand under this? One point maybe. I mean, the blending obligations are also somehow vaguely, of course, determined also in the RED 2 and 3. Every country but has its own paths, the freedom to go its own path. To that, also, are you obliged to actually implement the RED, or are you doing it voluntarily? Because I think you would not be actually obliged because of the special EU situation.
No, overall, the blending mandate or blending obligation is becoming very, very complicated because it's becoming sector specific as well. There's a blending obligation for this and for that, and then different, let's say, types of fuels. For example, for this advanced biofuels, there is a certain percentage, and there is an overall level, and then there are some additional levels, and now the last one coming into the play is the RFMBO, which is actually, I think Finland was one of the first countries who set the blending obligation for RFMBO to be started at 1% in 2028, and that is now of course creating a lot of expectations of the new investments for e-methane production, for example. Actually, we have already one long-term, 10 years offtake agreement with one producer for 140, 160 gigawatt hours in a year. But that project has not been started to be built yet, so it's still a bit uncertainty. And that is actually connected very much to the political uncertainty. I mean, it is just one decision when the whole market is gone for RFMBO. So in that sense, it is very risky. In the EU level, the blending mandate or blending obligation will come in 2030 with 1%. But that time, current policy in Finland is targeting at 4% already. And now France actually had the first blending obligation for RFMBO as well, just recently. So overall, I would say that is really confusing and very difficult to follow where the obligations are, how they are changing, how they are evolving, and how we are able to meet the demand of the regulator with the market or the customers. And maybe we could continue the discussion about the maritime part as well, but there is also some obligations there, but maybe we shouldn't go into that detail.
Yeah, sure. These are, of course, that needs to be developed. Lina, I'm a little bit hesitating now to ask you how about the blending obligations in Denmark. so no worries if you cannot tell, of course, now what are the obligations there. But on the other hand, if you like, of course, but put it again maybe on a financial or economic level, at least I try to. Blending obligations would create new business cases, obviously. Could they be secured, or can they actually at the moment be assessed if I come with a project? Because of course at the moment, if I would come with an SAF project, because I have a blending obligation, I have still no clue how we'll finance it, especially during the next 20 years, because much things will change.
Yes, of course, it would help. And I'm not that much into the details about blending obligations in Denmark, but right now there are negotiations about a CO2 tariff, and it's creating some market opportunities as well, but also some challenges. So it's an interesting area. But what I would like to add is the sector coupling that was also a part of this topic, and it's also very interesting because it's creating another kind of revenue streams for the biogas producer. But we also see some complexity in that regard. For instance, if we take the CO2 and the liquefaction of the CO2, some of the business models that we have been presented for in Denmark is the owner of the liquefaction will not be the same owner as the owner of the biogas production. And then you have a project on a project risk. And again, it can be a bit difficult to bank on. It's not that we don't want to solve it, but just I just wanted to highlight that there are some complexity in that regard as well.
Thank you very much. And I would say we have a dedicated expert here for blending obligations, I would say. So I really give you the time, and I think with that we can also close to give, raise your points on blending obligations, might that be in the Netherlands, or especially your general point of view would be of interest.
Yeah, so we put biomethane into trucks via our refueling stations, and so the blending obligation is what drives my business. So that's clear. When you look at the blending obligation as such, you have different blending obligations, and they should not compete. No. Because a blending obligation is designed around getting the most efficient pathway to fulfill that obligation, and so create efficiency in that market. And so if you have a RNFBO target and you put a high penalty on it, then of course, yes, that gas will go there. But that's not efficiency, so that belongs to support. That market should be supported and developed and then become more efficient. But if you blending obligations should be harmonized, not only as such between them in a country, but also between countries. Because what we see is that producers, biomethane sellers are arbitrating the market all the time. And it's their right to do so, to boost the revenues. But that also means that there are no stable cooperations, because you cannot say, okay, well, I'll take your gas for 10 years. I'm not sure what I can pay you. And then they will say, okay, well, I'll sell it to whoever's the highest bidder. But that's not a bankable contract. So there needs to be a lot of harmonization between obligations. It should be a tool to stabilize the market, to make it so that it pays the market, and then let the market become more efficient and find best ways to fulfill that obligation.
I think this is a good word at the end, especially regarding the regulation, the obligations. I will leave it at that so that we are punctually for the networking area. One warm applause for all the panelists. It was very nice, the discussion with you. At least I learned a lot, and thank you very much for your points. Thank you. So, I see networking at its best outside. But I also want to say hello, by the way, to the audience at the home screen. I forgot it in the morning, so we welcome your questions as well. And yeah, I also am happy that I see some faces which I didn't saw yesterday. So nice that more people are also interested here in our convention. So, our next topic, we have an overarching topic selected, international collaboration and knowledge sharing, whereas the knowledge sharing, of course, is what we do here all the time. And I'm very happy to welcome again Ari Suomiljami, as we know, the head of renewable gases at Gasum. By the way, I forgot to say, he's already with Gasum since 30 years. And we will now hear his presentation on utilizing gas infrastructure and biomethane transfer across Europe in gaseous and liquid form. Ari, welcome on the stage. It's yours. And warm applause, of course. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. It was last year, I was 35 years in Gasum, so it's been a bit longer, but my background is very long in the gas business, so I was working with the gas transmission and then responsible for the biomethane production, biogas production for almost a decade, and now about 1 year, a bit over, regarding the renewable gases sourcing activities and portfolio management and things related to that. So thank you for the organizers to invite me here. I saw yesterday in the program that I have 50 minutes in the program, so I was preparing more slides last night, so to fill up the whole time, but hopefully that is worth of that, but no, not really. I didn't do that, so it's 20 minutes of presentation. But
So from my point of view, you have the full time, as I see in the schedule here. So
yeah, but I will make it in 20 minutes. So I'm talking about kind of a case study how we are using the gas infrastructure in Europe to move biomethane in gases and liquid form from sources to the place of consumption. Few words about Gasum first. So we are a Nordic gas sector and energy market expert. Our background is in gas, but we are involved in the power business quite a lot as well. The gas customers are in the industry sector, power generation, in the maritime transport and road transport. These are the areas where we deliver not only biomethane but also natural gas. And then we have one business unit is the biogas and circular economy, where we have the production of our own biogas, biomethane. And then energy market services are related to the power business, wind power, PPAs, portfolio management in the power and different kind of services related to that. We are not very big company in the number of people, 350 people located in Finland, in Sweden, in Norway, in Denmark, and a small office also in Germany. So this is who is Gasum, and the background is from the natural gas business from 1970s when we started the gas import to Finland. So this is what we do actually. It's a kind of an artistic view of that. So this is in the center. You can see the society in large. I mean the food industry, the shops and grocery stores, the farms, where you get the feedstock to our biogas production, and then the digestate we deliver back to the farms as a fertilizer. But then we distribute the biomethane what we produce in our gas filling station network, and we have also the possibility to import and export liquefied gas. We have a liquefaction possibility. We have our own vessels to transport the liquefied gas, and then we have also the trucks to transport also at the land this liquefied gas. And then the energy market services is connected to the same customership here, where we provide the power for the city people and then to the industry. So this is the energy ecosystem or gas ecosystem what Gazprom is operating. So this is the artistic view, but when I put it in a more, let's say, engineering type of a presentation, you see in the map here with the dark green dots, you can see the LNG terminals what we have in Finland and Sweden and Norway. Norway, we have also the liquefaction capacity. We have a total of 5 LNG vessels, and 1 new vessel is under construction at the moment. So with these LNG vessels, we are able to transport the liquefied gas from the different terminals, export terminals, to our import terminals in the Nordic countries. At the moment, we have 21 biogas plants in total. They are the light green dots in the map. Just recently, our expansion to Denmark was done last year, so there we have only 1 plant at the moment. We just last 2 weeks ago, we had the opening ceremony of our last new plant in Sweden, in Götene, mid-Sweden, about 135 gigawatt hours of biomethane, liquid biomethane production per year. And one more is under construction in the, let's say, the blue dot in mid-Sweden, in Borlänge. We have also a network of 120 filling stations, gas filling stations, mainly liquid gas, and then also some compressed gas filling stations are located in these 3 countries. So this is our gas ecosystem, what we are utilizing also for the biomethane related sourcing and supply chain. We produced ourselves about 800 gigawatt hours of biomethane last year. In total, we had last year 2.1 terawatt hours of biomethane, so meaning that roughly a bit over 1 terawatt hour we have been sourcing from other producers. And our aim is to reach 7 terawatt hours by end of 27, so still some way to go to reach that level. The ultimate target, of course, is that we are helping our customers to reduce their carbon emissions, which we did already last year for about 700,000 tons. The aim with this 7 terawatt hours is to reach 1.8 million tons of carbon dioxide emission reduction by 27. So biomethane is really in the core of our strategy, and we see that the demand of biomethane in the Nordic market is increasing, and in this sense, I mean Nordic market is the industry, maritime and traffic. We see the highest volume going to the traffic, namely to the heavy duty transport utilization. And the maritime is something where we see quite nice growth potential as well. We just released the new pooling concept for the maritime, where one ship is actually in the pool generating the overcompliance. I mean, using 100% of biomethane and generating more carbon dioxide reduction than the limit is. And then we arrange among the pool other ships which can utilize or buy this overcompliance to reach their carbon dioxide emission reduction. And that has been now initiated. We are having the compliance generator already in the pool. We have some customers, some ships joining the pool, and we are managing the audited pool, and we of course try to expand the customership in that area as well. But that is quite a promising growth area at the moment. The whole total energy market demand in the Nordics is huge. I mean, 750 terawatt hours, and at the moment I would say that in these 3 countries the total amount of biomethane which is produced is maybe 20 terawatt hours in total. So there's plenty of room to grow, especially in all these 3 areas what we see in the picture here. So what we do when it comes to our sourcing, we do the typical sourcing activities, originating, specifying what to buy, doing the contracts, managing the portfolio and delivery, and also doing the capacity bookings and nominations and all these normal things. And we typically do let's say 3 types of sourcing agreements. We call them standardized and structured and spot deals. deal is of course buying the biomethane in a shorter term. Structured sourcing is more like buying the bio premium only, the guarantee of origin with the proof of sustainability, and doing the swap deal for the grey gas. And when the standard sourcing agreement is considered, then we do a typical BPA, a long-term BPA, something like 10 years valid time horizon. In our portfolio, we have our own production, and then the sourced grey gas with the bio premium or the guarantee of origin and proof of sustainability, plus then only the bio premium with the swaps. But we also have some offtake agreements in our portfolio already for e-methane, as already mentioned in the panel, and then there is a lot of discussion around the biogenic carbon dioxide, but at the moment we are not utilizing that from our own production, or not really involved in any commercial activities related to that. No, we source biomethane practically all over Europe, so the agreements we have in place are these countries where we have the green dot here in the map, and then the yellow dotted countries are more what we are, let's say, evaluating, but not really active in the sourcing side yet. We have also the role of a shipper, I think, in 12 different countries here in the map, and then we have the account in different registries in 6 or 7 countries. I think we just filed in the application to have the account also in the Belgian registry. So we are quite active in the European level when it comes to the sourcing in general. What we do is we make the logistics or the transport of biomethane with all these logistic solutions. We utilize the ships to transport liquefied gas. We have the trucks to transport liquefied gas, and then we have these pressurized containers. We call them swap bodies. The energy efficiency to transport in pressurized containers is not very effective, so it's not, let's say, increasing. I would say that we are reducing that. And then the grid injection is actually the preferred solution for our sourcing. So we would like to have the gas injected to the grid and then transported to our market area. And of course, the mass balance related to that is part of the value chain. What we do in the grid, this is the efficient solution to use the grid import. So if we buy the gas from the producer, let's say in France, for example, then we book the capacity and nominate the gas flows and inject it to the grid accordingly. And typically we sell the grey gas in the local VTP, virtual trading point, and then we put the guarantee of origin and proof of sustainability. We call them together a bio premium. We put them to registry where we typically can keep them for about 1 year. That's the maximum lifetime of the guarantees of origin typically. And then when it's time to deliver it to the end user, then we buy the grey gas from the VTP and then book the needed capacities, and nominations are done, and then the balancing as well. And then we deliver the biomethane to the grid and attach the bio premium to that, and update, of course, the proof of sustainability to reflect the additional emission from the grid transport. So this looks quite simple. So this is what we do quite often as well. But as you know, the gas grid, as you can see in the picture, is very limited in these 3 countries. In Finland, we have only in the southern part. In Sweden, we have the grid only in the west coast, and in Norway, practically there is no grid. So we need to find another solution. And as well, our customers in maritime and heavy road transport, they are certainly not grid connected. So we have to find another solution for that. And that's what we do via the liquefaction. So we actually here in this example, what we try to illustrate is the first step is the mass balancing. When we, in this example, are sourcing the biomethane from the producer in Denmark, we take it through the mass balancing like in the previous previous picture to Norway, where we have the liquefaction possibility, and then from that onwards we deliver the gas in a physical form to the import terminal, in this example in Sweden, and then from the Swedish import terminal we deliver it to either the filling stations or to the end customers in liquid form by using our assets in the Nordic gas ecosystem. And this is what we have been doing quite long time, and we have been able to increase the market in the Nordic countries. So we can do this to Norway, to Finland, to Sweden, and also for the maritime industry, which is not really connected to these countries. Maritime we serve in the Baltic Sea area and in the North Sea area, and especially in the ARA region, Antwerp, Rotterdam, Amsterdam area. So that is our presence in the maritime. And as a matter of fact, one of the shipping companies that joined our pool just recently is from Turkey, so it's not that related to the geography. So this is the way how we do it when it comes to the liquid form. Some examples or challenges, very concrete challenges, what we have been seeing in the business when moving the gas from one place to another, or using the gas or delivering it to our customers. These are just practical examples what we have been seeing from different countries. There are a lot of details behind that, and I'm not maybe able to explain everything, but this is what we have been seeing. So just taking some examples, like in Sweden and Norway, there is no registry at all where we could import the biomethane guarantees of origin. So that is of course creating some challenges. In France, just in January this year, it was actually stopped the possibility to utilize the guarantees of origin in French registry to Sweden and Norway, because there is no registry in Sweden and Norway. It just came overnight, and we have been able to do that before, but now in January it was just stopped. Then in Finland there is a requirement that if we buy biomethane, which is injected to the distribution grid, there is a requirement from the tax authority that we should, as a shipper, we should verify that there is a backflow possibility from the low pressure back to the high pressure. And I think that is an impossible task for a foreign operator to go to France, for example, to check if there is a compressor or not. So this is a kind of a slowing down the possibilities, but that is how it is. In Spain, we see the subsidy mechanism called IDAE, actually, which is limiting the biomethane usage possibility that cannot be used in transportation if it is having the CapEx subsidy under the IDAE concept. In the Netherlands, it was just recently released that we need to have some kind of a electronic login number to get access to the Netherlands register or Dutch register, and in order to get that you have to have a national tax or COC number to get the login access, called erhenning, something like that. So that is making it very complicated for a foreign company to receive this kind of access. Then imported LPG, which is taxed in Sweden, but the domestic production is tax-free, and the pipeline deliveries is tax-free. Even if we take the Swedish produced biomethane to abroad, liquefy it and bring it back, it becomes taxed product. So it is really strange approach. No, then we have some requirements for the physical transporting grid, and also the Swedish model where we can have the mass balancing in the pipeline, but the physical LPG, it needs to be in place in the deliveries in liquid form. Just to give you some examples, and the target, of course, for everyone is that we would have an effective EU internal market for biomethane, which means that the consumers can access the most cost-efficient production locations, and also the competition is created when there is an effective market among the consumers and the producers. And also it would enable the producers to get the access to higher highest paying customers across the EU. So this is, I think, the benefits what we all can agree. And why we are not there, I think it was already yesterday heard some of these things, but I would like to repeat these same things again. So the restrictive nature of national production subsidies are putting some limitations, and they should be removed. And then unified guarantee of origin and proof of sustainability registers and rules in all Europe, and EU-wide register is needed, the UDP, which we heard already yesterday. And then the harmonized sustainability and auditing criteria across EU is needed, and also the import and export from or to third countries, like Norway, which is not part of the EU, should be part of the model here. And the harmonized mass balancing rules, which makes the transport or moving of the biomethane within the market area easier, would be applied in the gas pipeline system as it is done today. Maybe not perfectly, but at least partly. And then it should include the LNG terminals and the storage facilities. And all these together would create a single EU mass balancing facility. So this is the ultimate target. And some light was maybe there in the Commission's communication on the roadmap towards the ending Russian energy imports on 6th of May this year, where they state that the Commission is working with the industry and other stakeholders to advance the deployment of sustainable biogas and biomethane. So that is really needed, and there are still hurdles to overcome. So I end my presentation here. It was not 50 minutes, so I was able to cut it, and thank you for that. Maybe some questions now.
Yes, thank you very much. As I said, actually you had the full 20 minutes, perfectly in time. So yeah, I'm addressing the audience. Are there any questions? Do I see any raised hands? No, just not. Good, no problem, because I have some questions which maybe I'm the only one who did not understand. But my first question would have been actually, why do you have an office in Germany when you don't have a plant here? But then I have seen, of course, you are sourcing gas, and then it makes sense, of course, to have an office in Germany. But coming also to this situation, I mean, we have these different prices, very different prices of biomethane in Germany, depending on the feedstock. So is that a topic for you? Are you allocating or sourcing biomethane then for a specific purpose? So, for example, you take waste gas, putting it into the grid when you know that at the end it will go to a building or to a community, or vice versa. Are you sourcing the expensive manure gas, for example, specifically then for fuels? So how is this being done?
No, that is a good question, and it is quite complicated to differentiate between the different products. I mean, the CI score certainly is having an importance when we come to the pooling business for maritime, for example. We are not selling any more megawatt hours. We are selling carbon reduction. The lower the CI score we can source and sell, the more we can generate the compliance and sell more to the other ships. So in that sense, it has an important element in that. The difficulty comes in the fact that how we are able to keep kind of different products separate from each other. I mean, for the industry and traffic, they are not really differentiated, but in the maritime we see a different product, and we have two different product categories in our company, one called Biogas and the other one called Biogas Plus. And the Biogas Plus is more having lower CI score and of course having a higher value in the market.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And also another question for my understanding. Did I got it right? I saw on a slide that you're sourcing GOs also alone.
GOs of, could you repeat?
Guarantees of origin is that you are sourcing solely also, so only GOs without the POS.
Yeah, no, maybe that was not really that well written there in the presentation. Always we will have the GO and the POS together, that's for sure. Okay. But what the point was that we do the swap. I mean, we buy the gray gas, the GO and POS together. When it's delivered to the virtual trading point, we sell the gray gas back. So it's a swap deal so that we don't have any more the gray gas to be, let's say, managed after that. So that is based on the requirement on the ISCC, for example, that we have to deliver physically the gas, but then after it's delivered, we can sell it to someone else.
Okay.
But it's also quite complicated sometimes.
It is, and ISCC is another specific topic. Could make an whole day out of it. No, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A warm applause for Ali. So we are coming again to our beloved topic, regulatory frameworks and policy development. And I'm happy to welcome Ajay Kumar Sukrakar, Manager on Biomethane of the Irish Biomethane Development Office, BDO. And he will shed a light for us on scaling biomethane development, lessons from Ireland's just transition approach. So that's the name of a program. And yeah, Ajay, the floor is yours. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Let me check. Yeah. So, welcome you all again in the Biogas and Biomethane Summit. And right now, my presentation of topic is scaling biomethane development, lessons from Ireland's Just Transition Fund approach. So basically, I will be talking about all happenings around Ireland and especially in the Midland regions. Basically, those areas were initially peatland, but now it is very important there to have the green transition. And I will talk about some kind of analysis where I will go for the positive and externalities, what is happening and what are the opportunities and threats. So basically, I'm working as a manager for this project, Biomethane for Carbon and Community. It is co-funded by Government of Ireland and European Union. It started just after the release of National Biomethane Strategy in Ireland. So we are already like 9 to 10 months old, and the phase 1, which is actually going on right now, and it will end until March 26. And this is basically a research phase and capacity building phase where we are trying to engage with the communities, trying to engage with the different stakeholders to understand their needs, and as well as trying to disseminate the information, positive informations, and all required information, which is the gap area basically. And afterwards, and at the same time, we are also engaging with the government and the different stakeholders such as private players and farmers and the community players. So in the phase 2, before that, we will be ready with the all implementation plan and the feasibility along with investments and other things. And hopefully this project will see the implementation of the real projects in the phase 2. So this is the team, and we have a very diverse team of having farming background, as well as we have people with the bioeconomy sector background, and we have some PhDs as well. But we have 4 different partner organizations. So basically, one is Technological Institute of Shannon, which is based in Thurles, and it's in Midland organization. So one is Tipperary County Council. It's a lead project partner for this project, and Irish Bioeconomy Foundation, which is actually leading and managing the National Bioeconomy Campus in Leasheen, which was former zinc mine site, and Tipperary Energy Agency, which has a wide experience in terms of regulations, and energy experts are there, so they are supporting the project in that way. So if I would talk about the Ireland's biomethane landscape, as an overall, Ireland is recognized as having one of the largest potential for biomethane production in Europe per capita due to substantial agricultural sector, and we have that strategy, which is biomethane strategy, which is mainly focused on agricultural sector, and government has come up with different plans and different strategy documents such as climate action plan or bioeconomy plan. So every document has a clear focus on decarbonization, and the biomethane strategy, which was released on May 24, and our target is to produce around 5.7 terawatt-hour per annum by 2030, and it will require the implementation of approximately 150 to 200 plants in the future. And apart from that, studies demonstrate that agriculture sector has a variety of feedstock within the Irish landscape, including grass, grass silage, and the animal manure and other things. The pity thing is that we haven't developed that the entire market at a huge scale. What is being seen in the overall European different countries, and the volume of biomethane injected into the grid is very less. That is 0.001% of the overall current gas demand. So here onwards, I have tried to assimilate all those informations, what is going around in and around Ireland, and what are the key points which has been discussed during the last 1 year or so. So I have done one analysis, it's called PESTEL. So it will include political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental side. So I have tried to cover all aspects, what people are generally discuss, and what are the key areas which is to be tackled. And there are some positive and negative externalities. So yeah, first thing is government support. So it is there, and in terms of policies, it's there, I would say. And we have target of 5.7. We have target of 80% of renewable electricity by 2030. We have various documents in place. For example, biomethane hydrogen strategy, biomethane strategy and the hydrogen strategy. But the entire market is still nascent. So one famous article has been discussed many a times, Grid Baby Grid. It's basically written by MEP Sean Kelly, and it has 3 different scenarios and the challenges. Basically, I would say that one thing that it says that the entire grid is outdated, and they have lots of curtailments, lots of grid capacity problem, and there are renewable energy is available, but they cannot inject into the grid. Even the same problem we have faced in the Lichin. We have wind and solar in ample way, but we cannot do that because our grid is constrained somehow. And the second point is permission. So planning permission is also very, very slow, and if there is an appeal or any kind of issue is there, so it will take more time, like at least 1 to 2 years. It is actually very slow, but people from the government side and from the industry side, everyone is discussing about this to ease out. And third thing is what it discusses, the large scale storage systems are important for having the grid stability and the balancing of the grid. Along with that, a smart tech are required to revamping the entire electron grid. The another thing is that there are some plants which have been granted the capital grant from the government side, but still everyone is waiting for the renewable heat obligation policy. It was a kind of policy which give the clarity towards the offtake of the biomethane, and it is also mandates fuel suppliers to ensure a specific proportion of the energy they supply for heat is renewable. So it is again expected in next year probably. But there are some positive externalities that there are different projects are coming up. They are getting the grants in terms of Just Transition Fund, and Horizon Call and Innovation Fund. We also, from Lichin, we also applied for one of the Innovation Fund for a microgrid kind of systems. So yes, there are possibilities. Economic side, high energy prices are so high there because of basically fuel imports, taxes, and infra cost. And the another thing is data center. So they are coming in a massive way. And in 2015, they were consuming around 5% of the 5% of the electricity of the entire nation. But now, in 2021, it went for tripled, and now around 20% of demand is there. So along with this negative externalities, there is a positive one, because there are so many jobs are coming up in terms of data engineering and construction. And yes, investment barriers are there because it's uncertainty in the market, and private investments are generally shy because of these reasons. But there are different projects and different developers are coming up. And for example, there are some developers who are working in the development of biomethane plants such as Nefine, Greengate, Cycle O, Carbon AMS, and those are mainly into the planning period right now. Next one is the social one. So this is one of the very famous acronym that NIMBY, not in my backyard. It's very famous there because of having a perceived environmental concerns. And there are some groups who generally come up for the protest and all, but there are certain positive groups, and the government are also trying to engage with the all communities and relevant stakeholders to understand the situation. They are worried about the noise and spillage, heavy transportation, and devaluation of the properties, as well as the explosion, as the previous panelist said. But things are also getting improved now. There is a problem of energy poverty as well, because there are low-income households, especially in the midland and rural areas, and their SMEs, apart from rental cost, the energy cost is the second one, and third one is the insurance cost. At the same time, we have the situation of just transition moment, because the midland is entirely peat-based industries earlier. Now in 2023, the entire peat-based industry was closed, and now people are moving towards the green economy, and they are transitioning, but they have to be skilled up to get the proper opportunities. Technological side, I would say there are three major areas: generation, transmission, distributions, and every side of the energy sector has to be taken care properly. In the generation side, we are having so many solar and wind projects are in pipeline, and they are already in place, but because of the transmission side, we have congested grid, we have curtailments, and that is one of the reasons. And for the distribution side also, it is not the central grid is the only solutions. There are people are thinking also about the microgrid structure and the decentralized kind of systems, so that everyone can be taken care with the win-win situation. As we are aware about the Spain and Portugal's blackout recently, and it recalled me 2012's India blackout as well, and there was actually the reason of lack of grid discipline, though it was not here, but the grid inertia and the balancing and access of the renewable intermittent injection into the grid. Those are the things which actually create the sometimes imbalance, and the grid stability is problematic then. So those are the grid concepts, the grid issues mentioned by the Kelly. So it is again the similar thing, but they are well connected actually, because the Ireland grid is having the similar kind of issues, that SNSP, that is system non-synchronous limit. Basically, that means that whatever renewable energy you are, whatever renewable energy you are producing, you can put into the grid. So that is the limit, and 75% is the limit right now, and we are trying to get around 90% by 2030. And again, we have the curtailment issues, because we have so many systems, renewable systems, off-grid systems, but we don't have the grid capacity. And yeah, storage and the other gaps are also there. But at the same time, we are also trying to develop some kind of innovative systems in the storage kind of. For example, one of the companies called JTM Energy, they have provided one solutions for the diesel run cranes for the construction purpose. So basically, whenever even if you are not using the cranes, so diesel is combusted, but if you use the battery, so whenever you are moving your crane or you are doing something, then only it will be consumed. So they are reducing their cost in a very cost in terms of energy cost in a very good way. And apart from that, there are obviously blending opportunities because Gas Network Ireland is also working towards hydrogen and gas blending. Initially, it will come through UK, but in the future, they are also having plans to go for the hydrogen production in a massive way. And but it will take time, obviously, because it's a very nascent stage, and there are opportunities for the creation of jobs and market. Legal side, as I mentioned, the planning permission is very slow and it's disturbing. There is no any strong mandates for gas blending or renewable heat uptake now. And there is one more concern of the cheap imported biofuels. And because one of the plants named Green Generation, it went for the receivership recently, and it was claimed that in the renewable transport fuel policy, it obligates actually to suppliers of mineral oil to ensure 25% by energy content of the fuel must be renewable. But it is perceived that it is coming from Southeast Asia, and it is basically through the waste processing oil. It is not through the waste processing oil. It is basically from the deforestation of the palm oil. So, and if you're using the waste processing oil, then obviously, then also you will have the less obligation in terms of this RTFO policy. So that is again an issue, but government is also at a European level and Irish level, people are thinking of that. This is a food for thought actually for the environmental, because I have also hearing from yesterday also, like many people have mentioned about the waste to energy or waste to whatever. But the point is that, and one of the speakers talked about the mental psychology yesterday, that 95% people perceive about the unconscious mind and 5% people think about rationally. So I believe if we will start discussing with the communities especially, because they think they are not aware and they are not much educated about the environmental benefits, about their resources. So if they are well aware from the start, because we have been talking with the different communities, and it came to us like, they have not been participated in the strategy making, or they are not very much consulted with all those developments. So it is important that positive discussions must be happening from start onwards, and they should be aware that those are the resources, and every time we should talk about the resources only, it's not waste. So. And the second thing is circular economy benefits. We talked about it yesterday at very length, and it is very important to have a kind of ecosystem where we can generate different kind of value-added products. For example, earlier I was working in the biggest energy company in India. So there also, we were also thinking about the decarbonizing of the coal-based power plants. Basically, we were inputting our biomass into the coal, and we were blending around 10 to 15% of biomass into the coal. But at the same time, we are capturing carbon dioxide, and we have started producing the methanol as well. So here also in the biomethane, we can also have substantial CO2. We can go for the biogenic CO2. We can have different probably hydrogen streams, because we are also going towards the green and hydrogen economy as well. So there are different opportunities as discussed in the previous speakers. And communities should be well aware that biomethane decarbonizes heat transport agriculture. So it is not important to have the clean house only, it is important to have the clear environment as well. So they must be aware of that. This is the Gas Network Ireland's upcoming facility. Basically, it's a missile sounds central grid injection point, and this is around 32 million euros project, and there are 4 different phases of the roadmap. So basically, they are trying to transition towards 100% renewable gas network by 2045, and it will having around 70% of hydrogen and 30% of biomethane at that time. But as I mentioned that the market is very nascent right now, so basically AD plants development and these kind of grid injection facilities to give the confidence to the developers and the different players, it's happening. And it is important for network resilience, safety, and infra readiness. And the phase 2 will see the development and the injection is start from the UK side. And in the phase 3 also, the hydrogen content will be enhanced and along with the biomethane. So this is a case study of National Bioeconomic Campus. Basically, as I mentioned earlier, it was a zinc mine operated by Vedanta, an Indian company. It was operational from 1999 to 2015, situated at the Midlands and near the Tipperary region. And there were almost 400 employees were deployed earlier, and 22 million tons of mines of zinc was mined actually. But after the peat industry closure and after this big zinc mine closure, the overall rural economy was like having a very challenging time. And then in 2018 and 19, this National Bioeconomic Campus comes into the picture. And now it is a big hub for the pilot demonstration and for the research scale of the new available technologies and the demonstration projects. And at the same time, they have different partners from the industry, academia, and we are doing really good there. And we are also getting so many investment plans and so many new projects. And our office is there also. So this is the Midland area consisting of almost 8 counties, and national government has come up with one idea, that is decarbonizing zone. Basically, it can be used as a pilot facilities and development of the new energy systems. So the peatland, the brown area, and the Just Transition Fund and the decarbonizing zone and the National Bioeconomic Campus, they coincide each other. So it's a great place to work, and it's good to have the policies out and other kind of developments. So these are the key basic BCC outputs, and including feasibility study of stakeholder mapping and the resource analysis, and along with that communication campaign, capacity building, and along with those things what I've discussed earlier.
You may want to come to an end.
Yeah, sure. This is the last slide.
Okay.
So at the end, since this conference is basically from the learnings and to the scale-up models, so here I have developed a basic growth model. So it's not from any book, so please bear with it. And this is basically G for grid and gas infra. So as I mentioned, both grids should be maintained, and those both grids should be running as a complementary way. Regulatory should be eased out and should be supportive. There must be community and the ownership element. And obviously, along with the technology development, we should have the resource optimization through circular value chain kind of technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Very comprehensive, and I mean, you're not alone, because the most issues you've risen, we are all familiar with it, so thank you very much from this perspective. Do I see any hands or any questions? Yes, please, and also introduce yourself. Thank you.
Barry Meuleman, Vattenfall. Your goal is 5.7 terawatt hours in 2030.
Yes.
I was recalculating that. It is something like 600 million cubic meters on biomethane. It costs €2 million per MCM, so it's around 1.2 billion euro. You have to spend in coming 5 years.
Yes.
How are you going to do that?
That answer I cannot give you, but
because the development of a plant costs something like 5 years. So.
I know this because I have worked for very long in the construction area also, because you have to have the planning permissions, then you have to mobilize everything, and you have to have come for the investments. So it's really very difficult, but as government says, and the Gas Network Ireland and the other key stakeholders from the major developer side, so they claim that, and if they won't, then obviously there is a fine around 20 billion euros. So probably it's better to go earlier and faster.
Okay, thank you very much. For the moment, I would leave it like that, just from time constraints, but no worries. But I have maybe one thing to add or to say, because this was actually is a good moment for that. Because, for example, one slide you introduced the Biomethane for Carbon and Community program, which is brilliant, but this leads actually to the thing, what are we doing here? Because at the same time, it's not putting against you, but at the same time you are addressing the decarbonization. And actually, we all, during the last 2 days, speak about decarbonization. It's not. We want carbon. So I'm not putting it to you, but it was
Yeah, I understand.
So we always actually try to say defossilization. This actually puts it. And just also judging from my political work or from our association, if you talk maybe to politicians and you tell them, we need carbon, yes, of course we need. So why do you say decarbonization? So this sometimes rings a bell. So just maybe as a life hack, let's speak about defossilization. Okay, so thank you very much again. Warm applause. So and now I welcome Pia Farstad van Hal. She is CEO or General Manager of the Norwegian Biogas Association, and I think we already met last week at Weimar. Exactly, so also very busy on the road, what the associations are doing. And I'm very happy now to hear from you about the role of biogas, Norway's way forward. And we will have, of course, also the political framework on the table and how we actually, as associations, tackle what we need to tackle. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I will talk you through the Norwegian market and also a little bit about the politics in Norway when it comes to the biogas sector. And I can use this, yeah. Just briefly about the Norwegian Biogas Association. We represent the Norwegian biogas industry, and we have members from all of the value chain, and our purpose is to work for better political framework. And I can say, actually, as I sat here, we got an email from the parliament, and finally Norway is accepting RED II. So as you know, Norway is not a member of the European Union, so we're a bit slow implementing the EU regulations, but finally we are actually implementing RED II, which is a good thing also for the biogas sector, but also for the green energy alternatives altogether. So this is good. We are members of the Green Shipping Program, which has recognition all over Europe. They've done a great job in also influencing the International Maritime Organization for a greener shipping. And this is good for biogas because a lot of the vessels on LNG, they will now demand biogas, liquefied biogas. We're also part of the Green Transport Program in Norway and in particular in the Norwegian market, it's the heavy vehicles using biogas. We are also part of the reference group in Norway for Task 37 in the International Energy Agency. We are members of EBA and the World Biogas Association, so we're part of the European biogas family, so to say, yes. And why do we need biogas in Norway? You could ask that question, because over 90% of the Norwegian energy comes from water power. We have a large oil and gas sector, and we also have a big hydrogen project going on. And where does biogas play a role in all of this? But in Norway, biogas is a problem solver for the waste sector. It is also, will be increasingly a problem solver for the sea farming industry, which is very big in Norway. And there's a lot of waste. They need to do something about it. Biogas is a good way forward. You also have lack of energy in total because of the need of green energy, not only in Norway, but also in Europe. Norway is connected to the European energy market. The access to energy is needed. So also the biogas is needed as a supplement energy in the green transition we are going through. So this is important to take into account biogas is needed also in Norway and plays a part in the green transition. So this is the production level. We are not large. We're that cute little country in the northern hemisphere, but we are increasing our production. And in total, there are 66 production plants in Norway, counting big and large. We still have the largest production plant of liquefied biogas in Norway, which is Biokraft. It's owned by ST1, the Biokraft, which is a Finnish company. We are increasingly getting new production plants into the market. 2 weeks ago, I visited Molde on the west coast of Norway. It's a new production plant. They are producing biogas from manure and fish sludge and delivering the biogas to Hydro, which is producing aluminum. And they have a 20-year-long contract producing biogas for Hydro. So this is the local business concept, and we will see more of that in the future. But we also need the biogas for the transport sector with Gassum. I don't know if Adi is here, but Gassum is one of the distributors of biogas in the Norwegian market, and they also will need more biogas. I have put the English words on top. This is otherwise in Norwegian. But if you enter our webpage, you can look into these statistics. It's a Power BI file, and you can click your way through so you can see the development and also where the different production plants are located, and also what type of substrates which is used in the production. This is a map. As you can see, the dots are where there are production plants under planning. All in total, there are 36 new production plants, either under building or planning, or just a PP presentation. But we see a lot of movement in the Norwegian market. And that is also due to increased political support for production of biogas. And that again is linked to the fact that especially the agricultural sector have committed to reduce emissions, and they have a binding agreement with the government. So unless they succeed in reducing emissions, they will be facing a CO2 tax, and they don't want that. So the agricultural sector work hard together with the biogas producers to succeed in this. So we see the largest production plant under planning in Norway is, I don't know, it's in the south, located here. It will produce 170 GVH and will produce biogas based on 600,000 tons of manure. So, and this is owned by Redo, which is again owned by Air Liquide, French company, together with 2 Norwegian energy companies. There are some very big production units on the way, which is good. Producing biogas, you need a plan for your biofertilizer. And this, so far we have succeeded cooperating with the agricultural sectors and the farmers actually to reuse the biofertilizer on the farms. So 91% is actually reused, which is a high percentage. And the rest is used in parks, green areas. So there's very little waste in this value chain, which is a quality sign. We have also started to register the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus in the biofertilizer. So far, the numbers are not really usable, but we hope to be able to identify the amount of nitrogen in this in the biofertilizer, because we believe there will be a market for it in the future. So it's a business concept coming along. And there are also research projects in Norway to look into how you can take out the nitrogen in particular and phosphorus from the biofertilizer, as you probably have also in your own countries. I wanted to show you this because the biogas sector in Norway started out in the local municipalities, quite often a public-owned waste company. But today we see an increase in private companies owning the production plants. And one example is this production plant in Molde. It's owned by Havila, which is actually a ship owner in Norway. They own quite a few vessels going on the coast of Norway. But they have decided to enter into the biogas market. And they are building 6 production plants, located in different places in Norway. So this is, I think, what we see coming forward as well in the Norwegian market, more privately owned biogas plants. Moving away from the publicly owned plants in the waste sector or in the wastewater sector. In Norway, we don't have a grid, so we produce biogas for use in different sectors. And what we see is an increase in demand for the liquefied biogas. This is particularly the last 2 years, the demand for liquefied biogas is increasing. And all the new plants under building or planning is planning for liquefying the biogas. And this is because the heavy vehicles prefer this, because it gives a longer reach using the heavy vehicles. And it's also in the maritime sector. You can't mix the natural gas in the vessels unless it's liquefied. So this is influencing the profile of the production of biogas. So this is, I think, different from European countries where you have a lot of production of biogas for the grid. Yeah. And these cute guys, they are part of the theoretical potential going forward. I think today we have a production of 0.8 TVH or 800 GVH, which is compared to other countries not much, but the potential can be as high as 22 TVH, which is quite a fair amount, taking into account new technologies for producing biogas, but also the amount of waste available. Today we use 2% of the manure, so the potential is big. In the sea farming industry, there's hardly any. We have the production plant that ST1 Biokraft has in Skogn, which is producing biogas based on fish, but dead fish, I should add. We believe in the future there will be regulations enforcing the sea farmers to collect waste. When they feed the fish, the residue goes to the sea bottom today, and it stays there. And it's the cause of local pollution. So this is something, people don't accept this because it creates a bad environment for the fish where the sea farms are. So there's an increased pressure on the sea farmers to collect the waste, but collect to do what? Then it's a good thing to have the biogas plants, because this can be used there. And that will, and we're talking big volumes. So this is something we will see more of in the future. The challenge, though, is when you collect this from the sea, it's the salt level in the biofertilizer is high. So we have a big research project in Norway to see how we can deal with it, because it can't go on the farms as it is. So we have to treat it before it is accepted by the farmers. But it looks very promising, I must say. But this is the Norwegian Biogas Association's targets, which we have set together with our members. We believe it's possible to reach 5 TBH in 2030. And 3 weeks ago, after I sent in this presentation actually, the Norwegian Parliament voted, the majority in the Parliament voted in favor of setting a target, a production target, a binding production target for the biogas sector in 1 TBH each year going forward to 2035. So that will make it more realistic to reach these targets. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be doable. So, we have fought very long to have a binding target in the Parliament. So this was a very good day when they actually voted in favor of it. So we are now looking forward to have a dialogue with the government to see how we can actually finance it, because today we have an investment support in Norway for new biogas plants, but it's not very high. It's less than, it's probably 8 to 10% of the investment cost of the plant itself. So this is something we will have a dialogue about, because they have to increase this investment support in order to reach these targets. But it's good. And what type of sectors are asking for the biogas we want to produce more of? It is within the heavy transport sector. If we talk to Volvo and Scandia and Iveco, they have a lot of new bookings, or what should I say, orders for trucks running on gas. So we know the demand of biogas will increase, because using natural gas in Norway is not an option. Then you have CO2 tax. So there's biogas has no tax, natural gas has CO2 tax, because it's considered a fossil fuel. So for the heavy transport sector, increased biogas is necessary, but I do believe it will be supplied in the market. So the transporters are buying gas trucks. And in this respect, we should say also that if you have a truck running on biogas, you don't have to pay toll fees in Norway. So, of course, there's an economic incentive for the transporters to use these trucks compared to diesel or other fossil solutions. In the maritime sector, there's a decision in Norway that no cruise liners can enter into the World Heritage Fjords with a vessel on fossil fuels. And the cruise vessels are mostly on fossil fuels. But there are some cruise liners that have LNG vessels, and if they can document that they use biogas, they are allowed into the fjords. So this is increasing the demand for biogas. But we're talking volumes here that are beyond what we can produce in Norway. So this is, so they have risen the discussion on certificates. Today we don't have a public recognized system for certificates, but I do believe it will come because of these type of business cases. But we also have a lot of LNG vessels going along the coast. The Norwegian coastline is quite big. So there are a lot of vessels on LNG. And they need biogas in order to show and prove they are facing or meeting the IMO requirements on greener solutions. Long-distance buses is an interesting market because today a lot of Norwegian buses are running on electricity. But if you are on the long-distance trips, you can't stop in the middle of a mountain an hour or two with passengers in, waiting to load the bus. They are considering biogas as a solution. We have also the industry. They want biogas to replace natural gas. So this is an increasing market, and like just one company like Alcoa, they will need maybe in the future like 4 TWh with biogas. And I don't think they can find all of it in the Norwegian market, so, but they have to find a way to replace the natural gas they are using in their production line today. So this is, we have to see how it develops. But there's an opportunity, and a lot of the biogas producers in Norway have seen this. I see my time is out here. And we only have a very tiny little grid in the, around Stavanger. And they do send biogas into this grid today. But this is, something we are, it will not develop. So it's more what role will this grid we have take in the future? And it is connected to the European grid, so it, of course, can play a role in that respect. So we just have to see, but it's small, so it doesn't play a big role. And I just wanted to show you all, also the map of the filling stations in Norway. These are the present and future filling stations, and we will be able to say in 2 years that we have a national-wide biogas filling station infrastructure, which is good. And as I said, there are 638 LNG fuel ships in operation, rising to 1,200 by the end of 2028. And of course, this is requiring a lot of biogas.
So. Do you have a kind of last slide?
Yeah. I will,
conclusion slide or something like that, because people can read through it, but I also want to be fair to the other presenters.
Yeah,
thank you.
No problem. You can look at this later on, because I've spoken about all these issues already. But I wanted to say that one of the reasons why we have succeeded politically in the Norwegian market is because we have cooperated with all the different organizations that have a share into the biogas market itself. So we have had a joint force to the parliament.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt at that moment, but yeah. But thanks, of course, a lot, and please a warm applause for the information on the Norwegian way. So, do I see hands? Does anybody has a question? Yes, please.
Thank you. Good presentation and very interesting. I'm Heli Haapea from Gas Grid Finland, and I'm interested your certificate systems, and do you have any plans, for example, guarantees of origin systems for gas?
Did I understand the question correctly? You asked about certificates, the Norwegian market
certificates, and for example,
yeah.
Do you have a geo system for gas?
Yeah, we don't have a system which is official in Norway. I know some companies have their own solutions, but we are having a dialogue with the Norwegian government in order to see if we can introduce a Norwegian system. But then again, Norway is not a member of the European Union. It will help now that we have adopted RED II, because then we can be part of the union database. I believe that is important to be in order, if you should introduce the GOs in the Norwegian market. And it's all about certificates and GOs and guaranteeing the sustainability of the biogas. So that is certainly a goal. So it will develop, but how fast, I'm not sure, because we kind of want to see what the EU do in this area as well before we introduce something in Norway. We don't want a national system, and we want a European system for the GOs.
That's a good closing remark. Thank you very much. Yeah, and before the lunch break, thank you very much. But as I said, the lunch break will start soon, so please address the panelists, of course, also during this opportunity. So we're coming to the chapter Future Trends and Innovations, and I'm happy to welcome Natalia Polesaka, Communications and Business Development Manager at the German IBBK Fachgruppe Biogas, GmbH, so a commercial entity, let's put it that way. And I'm also very curious about the innovation potentials of the so-called Cold Spark project, splitting biomethane into green hydrogen and solid low carbon. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I was so nervous about public speaking. So my colleagues said that imagine that you're talking to friends and family. And second day of conference is usually how friends and family group is. I imagine you're just a little bit hungry because it's the last presentation before the lunch break. So I will try to be in time with the presentation.
I am with you.
Thank you very much. And I know you will help me. We have heard a lot about decarbonization, about hydrogen. I'm happy to present after the Norway presentation, because the Cold Spark actually happens in Norway, in Stavanger. So I think, and I received a lot of questions yesterday about hydrogen as well and about carbon. So I think that you will find a lot of aspects of this project quite interesting. So Cold Spark is an EU-funded project. It started in 2022, and the main goal was to validate the technology, that it is possible to produce hydrogen and carbon out of methane. And this is an important thing to keep in mind, that it's more like research and to show that it is possible before making it commercial. There are 7 companies involved in the project. SAID, that's a Norwegian company, they are responsible for the technology mainly. We have a lot of partners involved in research and development. Yesterday we had a presentation from Professor Chintu, if you remember. He covered the technical aspect, partly about the technology I will be talking about today. So in case you have some blanks after his presentation, I will try to cover them perhaps in a less technical manner. And I'm here on behalf of IBBK, that's a German company that brings the expertise on biogas and biomethane into the project. So time-wise, we are close to the end of the current stage of the project, which, except of being a very stressful time, gives us an opportunity to show more results, to test on a bigger scale. So I think it is a very interesting point in time to look at the project, because there are more practical aspects in it rather than theoretical ones. So what is Cold Spark? Generally, as I mentioned before, this is a technology to produce hydrogen and solid carbon. there are different types of feedstocks that can be used. It can be natural gas, it can be biogas, it can be methane, biomethane. But because we are here concentrated on biogas and biomethane, let's see what happens if the feedstock would be biomethane in this configuration. So then ColdSpark offers a sustainable modular technology for biomethane plants to produce turquoise hydrogen, solid carbon, and also be a mean of the decarbonization. And the beauty of it is that it is like a plug-and-play solution. It can be added to any existing infrastructure, and it doesn't require the complexity to be able to be part of the system. So why biomethane? Because like 25% of it is hydrogen. And here is a quick overview of where hydrogen is applied. More than half of it is ammonia production, and more than half of this amount is spent for the fertilization of the crops. Then we have oil refining, we have methanol production and other applications. But how is this hydrogen produced? And this is the important and very interesting part. I will be covering 4 technologies. Is there anyone in the group who generally knows how the production of hydrogen? Okay, thank you. Then it will be interesting. So the main technology that is used now is steam methane reforming. This is the widely used industrial method for hydrogen production. It's using high temperature steam. It's very high on carbon emissions. It relies heavily on fossil fuels. It doesn't look as good from the sustainability part of view, but yet more than 50% of hydrogen produced is used by this method. Then we have the coal gasification, and when you look at it, that's converting coal into the syngas and then extracting hydrogen from it. This is a very high carbon emission method. It has the highest CO2 footprint per unit of hydrogen produced. Usually they use it in China, India, South Africa. It's extremely polluting, and when you compare those two, the SMR doesn't look like that bad, you know. The hydrogen produced use the color coding system. Usually hydrogen produced by the SMR is called gray or blue, depending on whether the renewable energy sources are in the system. If we are talking about coal gasification, that would be black or brown. And then we have the electrolysis. That's when the water is split into hydrogen and oxygen. This is not that popular, yet a lot of companies use that as an emerging technology. It is very, well, it can be referred as zero carbon emission if it's powered by the renewable energy, but everything depends where the electricity comes from. The disadvantage of this technology, because like, again, speaking about from the sustainability point of view, it looks good. Economically wise, it is very costly at the moment. And I was talking with someone yesterday about the company that invested hundreds of millions in this facility in France and have not even commissioned it. So it closed before even started because of the viability. And then we have the methane pyrolysis. This is actually the technology where the ColdSpark is based on. This is splitting methane into hydrogen and solid carbon. It can be, as I already mentioned, it can be used like methane, natural gas, biogas, biomethane. But when biomethane is used, it becomes more sustainable and can have even the negative CO2 rating. The disadvantages of it is that it's still work in progress. And also, I know that it had been mentioned previously that there is a need for sustainable carbon, we still think that there is no market in place for it, so managing the solid carbon that is produced as a result of this technology might be difficult. So this is the overview of the methane pyrolysis. The important thing to know that you can see it by different names. So it can be methane splitting, it can be a thermal methane decomposition, methane cracking. They really don't like this term because it's difficult to market. But the main thing is to understand like all these terms are about the same technology. And the beauty of this technology is that there are no direct CO2 emissions, and if the biogas is used as a feedstock, it can have even the possibility to be carbon capture. So methane pyrolysis, there is also some difference within this system. It can operate on different levels of temperature. Like the highest the temperature, the process would be called thermal. On a bit lower, that would be, it will be needed a catalyst to be involved, so that would be a catalyst methane pyrolysis. And there is a number of companies who already operate and produce hydrogen by these methods, like for example, Monolith, like billions invested. Like these are big companies already using this technology. And then we have the colder range of the temperature. That's what I call like where the cool people are. So we are here, the Cold Spark project is here, and we also have another company from France called Spark. They also develop on this side of technology. And again, there is like a little bit diversification in terms. It can be called non-thermal, it can be called cold plasma technology, but I mean, the meaning is the same. So what's the advantages, like if we compare the thermal and catalysts versus the non-thermal or cold plasma? Well, generally, it's less energy, lower complexity, easier to integrate, and can be executed as a plug-and-play solution. And so it's more flexible and more adaptable and cheaper, theoretically. I remind you, like this is still not commercial project, but we are moving into this direction one step at a time. So project Cold Spark, the technology behind it, it's nothing new. Our main technology partner, SAID, the Norwegian company, they have been doing that for decades, using cold plasma for gases. It's just like this time, a little bit of different application. It is used for a little bit of different application. So the secret behind the technology is ultra high voltage pulsed power. And the importance how to make it work, you need to define the optimal impulse power, repetition rate, pulse amplitude, and pulse width for the process to work. If you compare it, for example, with the human body, that's the importance to keep the right pressure, the right heartbeat for the system to operate and not to have excess usage of energy. So like this is what our technical team is working right now to define those parameters in order for the methane cracking to take, methane splitting to take place, and yet to spend the less amount of energy for it. Again, if we compare it with two other technologies, for example, with steam methane, like we are not using water, we do not emit CO2. If we compare it with electrolysis, we do not use water, we produce more hydrogen, and we produce carbon, which is green. This is the results of our previous testing. So we have proven that it is possible, carbon is there. What to do with it now? Theoretically, there is a market for it, a lot of applications, but this is still in development of, we're still in development of finding who will be buying it, at what price, and the parameters of carbon, like what is our potential client for it. Another important aspect of this technology is the possibility of the CO2 capture, because when plants are growing, the CO2 is absorbed, then during the biomethane it is released if it's used for energy. But because the biomethane is not burned, but instead the splitting occurs, biogenic CO2 is not released back into the atmosphere. So there is still a possibility to use it to this regard. So this is the setting of how this can be operating with the existing biogas or biomethane plant. We are still in a process of testing and providing the exact amounts, because the methane needs to go through, at the stage of the pyrolysis, methane needs to go through several cycles. So we're still working on the numbers to verify them. Now the project is moving to a bigger facility to be able to be tested on a larger scale. That would be a Rizavika hub. And I just want to finish with 2 examples where biomethane and hydrogen or a cold spark project can be applied, or where biomethane and hydrogen meet. For example, this is a biogas plant in Germany that is already producing hydrogen as a fuel, but they're using the steam reforming method, but still this is valid within their parameters and applications. And then there is a very cool project as well. It's called Gas to Feed. That's injecting the hydrogen, CO2 and additional nutrients for bacteria to feed on this and to produce protein that can be used as a fish feed. So their lab is located next to ours. So the hydrogen we will be producing during testing, we plan to supply for them to help with their project as well. So this is a cool example of the sustainable synergy, I guess, when it comes to different projects and teams. So yes, this is me. I have still 4 minutes. If you have more questions, feel free to use the website or scan the QR code to visit our LinkedIn. I mean, generally, the technology is very interesting to keep an eye on, because basically projects like that work on creating new possibilities for the stakeholders of the industry. So keep an eye on it. If you have questions, you can also connect with me through LinkedIn. I will be happy to provide more information. Also, I will be very thankful for honest reviews on my presentation. This is my first presentation. And I really would want to see how I can improve, except to reduce the anxiety. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this was pretty cool, what can I say? And don't worry, I mean, it was a perfect presentation. Even me was more nervous in the morning than you today. So,
thank you.
No, just stay here, because of course we also want to press you with questions, not only via internet or via LinkedIn. So I hope we have some questions here. Yes, please.
First, thank you very much for the cool presentation, or the cool spark. The color of the hydrogen you are producing depends at the end of the color of the electrical energy you are using for that. For sure, I see 2 sources. One is the raw gas to use it to produce the electricity. The question is, what is the percentage of gas to use to create the electrical energy used, and the raw gas used for the cold spark, for the biomethane? Or alternative is the renewable energy, which is volatile. And the question is, can your process deal with the volatile energy source?
That's a good question. This is a very good technical question. Unfortunately, this is not yet my stronger side, but I will write it down and I will get back to you when I consult it with my team members, okay? Thanks. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. My name is Line, I'm from IFO. Thank you for a very good presentation. I'm a bit curious on how this is funded. I can see that there might be some soft funding, but is it fully soft funded, or what kind of funding has been given to the project?
Thank you very much for your question. Well, the project is funded by the Horizon program, and it's co-funded by the state, because obviously during the process of the execution we came across a lot of things that were not expected, as it always happens. So they're supporting the project as well. And we have applied for the second round, like this is TRL 5. I knew you would ask this.
Yes.
Yes, and we have applied for the second round of funding that qualifies for TRL 5.6. Hopefully we will get this money, because I mean that was like 4 million for the development, when you have like hundreds or tens of millions like for other technologies, like when I showed the slide for the thermal and catalyst pyrolysis. So I think we did a really good job, but to develop it further, obviously more funds are needed. Thank you.
I think we wish you the best of success, of course. And yeah, I think as you already answered my question, which you are right, I would have asked, you also answered the next step to commercialization. So, I also need a break. And I think, yeah, we leave it like that. You are here for the lunchtime and later, yeah. So I think you can be approached. And now I'm hungry, I'm starving, you too. And we go to lunch. Thank you very much. So, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I must say I really enjoy the lunch here. So I could really stay longer. Is Sebastian Winkler already here? Yes, he is. Great. So I have the pleasure now to welcome Sebastian Winkler, Research and Project Manager of PTM GmbH. He's the Research Project Manager, and PTM GmbH conducts for us now a wear and tear analysis for the Fissionit technology propeller versus the stainless steel variation, let's say. Sebastian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Okay, let's start with the... oh, I think I destroyed something. Okay, wonderful. So, how do we... I think that's the last slide of the presentation. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, wonderful. That looks great. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed lunch. And yeah, like you can see here, we made a world test about our Fissionit propellers versus stainless steel propellers. So yeah, my name is Sebastian and I'm from PTM. We are manufacturer of mixers, agitators for biogas plants. Here's a part of my team, Moritz on the left and Marlene on the right. The guy in the back is here in the front. Yeah, right, and there you can see our station where we analyze our propellers and stainless steel propellers. We are a small company from Germany in the east side, close to Leipzig, if you know maybe. And yeah, I guess we should start already a short abstract. I know it's quite hard, day 2 and after lunch. So I show you already some results now, quick and dirty, and then we get deeper into the results. So like you can see here, we tested 3 different propellers. So the first one there, the 3-plate stainless steel propeller, we had a mixture out of water and silicon carbide. And in this mixture, we just put the propellers inside and let them do their thing, mixing in the end. And like you can see here, we measure the time and the mass loss, the relative mass loss. So the 3-plate stainless steel propeller had 147 hours and lost 21% of its mass. So in the middle, you can see a 2-plate stainless steel propeller, which has the design of our Phantom propeller, but in stainless steel and not in out of our material, the Fissionit. Like you can see there, operation time 164 hours and mass loss 13%. If you're wondering why the numbers are not that round, we needed to stop the analysis at one point because the shaft was starting to vibrate, and if we would have gone further, maybe we could have damaged our engine. And the last one is our Fissionit propeller. So the original size of this design is 2.5 meters. And like you can see, we had an operating time of 270 hours and a mass loss from almost 2%. So there's already a big difference. Okay, let's get deeper into the topic, why the world is so important for us. In biogas plants, we have a lot of sand, even more if you feed a lot of chicken manure, and sand is really abrasive against stainless steel. And yeah, sometimes a propeller can break, like you see in the upper left picture, or on the right, a stainless steel propeller. Which makes a really nice design, this teeth, but it should not be like that. And the propeller gets smaller and smaller all the time. In the beginning, the clients are quite happy because they say, oh, my energy consumption is almost 0, but your mixing results are the same, then almost 0. So yeah, it's very important, like I said, because in biogas plants we have a lot of sand inside, which is really oppressive medium. And also, like you can see on the upper pictures, this is drilling mud. So when you drill for tunnels, for example, we need to clean the drilling mud, and it needs to be mixed to be still pumpable for the treatment plants. And there we have a lot of sand inside as well, up to 40% in the mixture. So you can imagine how bad it is for the material. Yeah, and the second row, the pictures that are our mixers in the normal size. Yeah. So, and problem is, if we don't mix well a biogas plant, we can have in the upper photo, like you can see, floating layers, and also we can have sinking layers. And if the layers get thicker and thicker, at one point we need to get everything out of the biogas plant. So that's a really important thing, that this don't happens. Yeah? So, and why do we have wear at our propellers in the mixers? There are different types of wear, like abrasive wear, so some parts are coming there and scratching the material. Adhesive wear, so when you have, for example, two metals which are connecting and scratching on each other. Erosive wear for mostly in fluids, when you have high speeds and some particles are crashing against the material. And corrosive wear, yeah, so a chemical reaction, even in the environment and biogas plants. So how do we test it? So quite easy. We had some test containers. So we put some equipment inside, like temperature measurement, floating disturbers, and yeah, in the end, the propeller inside the mixture, a shaft, and an engine on top. So, and here, if it's working, yeah, you can see the experiment, how we did it. So, mixer inside the solution of water and silicon carbide. Okay, wonderful. And why we decided for silicon carbide? Yeah, we were searching for abrasive medium, abrasive agent, and we said, okay, let's take silicon carbide because it has a Mohs hardness between 9.5, 9.6, and sand normally has Mohs hardness around 7 in a biogas plant. And also we took that because it has because of its hardness, so we can be sure that the silicon carbide itself doesn't have so much abrasion. Okay, so something about the parameters. We had on all propellers the same tangential speed of 11.7 meter per hour. The test medium is water and silicon carbide, and concentration 80 gram per liter, like you saw in the beginning. But also sometimes we like to play a bit. Yeah? So we also said, oh, come on, let's increase the concentration of silicon carbide, and we tested also with 200 gram per liter. Ambient temperature and the propeller diameter for all was 150 millimeter. So, and here you can see the first results of the stainless steel three-plate propeller in the concentration of 80 gram per liter. So, like in the beginning, you saw on the short abstract, after 146 hours, we lost 21.33% of the mass of this propeller. Here you can see some pictures of it. So we have here the same, if you see in the upper right, the picture, they're also slowly starting to get those teeth which we saw before on the stainless steel propellers. After that, the stainless steel propeller designed like our Phantom propeller, also with 80 gram per liter concentration solution, water and silicon carbide. And here the same like before, 164 hours, and we lost almost 13% of its mass. You can see also it crashes already a bit on the upper right picture. Yeah, it cuts the metal kind of out of it. Yeah, that are the results for that. And the really interesting parts coming now. You can see here our propeller, our phantom propeller, made of our material Visinit with 80 gram per liter. And yeah, we have run the test 377 hours, and we lost almost 3% of its relative mass. So, and here you also can see some nice pictures. So we also have abrasion. Of course, it would be a lie if we say it's undestroyable. And in the end, on the top of the propellers, you can see that it's getting a bit thinner. That was something which we saw on every propeller because on that point the speed is the highest. So we have also the most abrasion. So, and also we wanted to try, okay, let's increase the concentration of a silicon carbide inside the mixture. So we decided, okay, come on, let's give it a try, 200 gram per liter, so more than doubled. And after 165 hours, we lost almost 2% of our mass on the propeller. So we were really impressed about the results. We knew already, okay, our Visinit is quite good compared to stainless steel, but now we have real data to show. And also we have here the abrasion with the higher concentration. Like you can see these teeth on the right picture, they are coming slowly as well, like we saw on the stainless steel propellers, but just in that case with higher concentration levels. Yeah, you can see the parameters of the change of the diameter of the propellers. So in red, you can see the free plate stainless steel, in gray, the stainless steel phantom propeller, and then our propellers in yellow and in green. The yellow one is with 80 gram per liter concentration, and the green one is with 200 gram per liter. So also the same for the relative mass loss again. Like you can see here in red again, the free plate stainless steel propeller, and in gray the stainless steel phantom propeller, and our material in yellow and green. So there you can see there's a quite big difference between them. Now the thing is, somebody could say, okay, you can't compare a free plate propeller with a two plate propeller. So that's why we also said, okay, we test our propeller design on a stainless steel, but we made also a normalization. So we just took the surface of the phantom and divided by the surface of the free plate stainless steel propeller. So we can multiply all our data with 0.638. So we have a normalization, and that's quite interesting. So after normalization, we see that the surface and the design is not that significant part when we are talking about wear on a propeller, and it's mostly because of the material. So like you can see in here, the stainless steel propellers have a way much more relative mass loss even after normalization of the free plate propeller compared to our Visinit material. Right. Also, you can see here we have a wear rate, so that means how much relative mass we lose during a definite time, so each hour in that case. So really interesting with the normalization in green, like you can see here, that the shape, the design of the propeller is not that significant for the mass loss. It's more about the material, about Visinit or stainless steel. Okay, yeah, that's it for now. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed, and I'm open for some questions. And if somebody is shy or we don't have so much time, you can scan there the QR code and give me a call, and then we can talk about it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I found this refreshing actually. So some hands-on topic. I think after all these theory or political discussions that we have, are very refreshing, really. And you save us time, also very good. So thank you for that. So do I see any questions, any hands? Yes, please. And also introduce yourself. Thank you.
Biogas. Again, I'm Stefano from Biogas. Just a curiosity, because I see you went for a design of 2 blades for the propeller. How much is the number of blades impacting and also the performance of the product itself, so of the propeller?
Sorry, I didn't really understand. Could you
The
repeat?
blades, like,
Yeah.
because you have like a 2-blade design, but let's say there were 3 or 4. Would that change much then in the performance of the propeller?
Yes. So if you have 3 blades compared to 2 blades, you have 3 times higher, or not 3 times higher, but you have a higher thrust. But also we have a special design so that our thrust is compatible to 3-blade propellers. So you can change so you can manage there something. The design of the propellers is really, so it's not my main topic because it's, I mean, it sounds easy, yeah, just a propeller and then give it a go, yeah. But it's a really complex thing to design a really good propeller which has nice thrust and a good wear in such hard conditions. And yeah, so we have to.
Thanks.
Okay. I hope it answered your question. Okay, thank you.
And on the last row, yeah.
Hello,
We're coming
Mark,
back.
Mark van der Ven, DMT. I've got a little question. How much do you increase your operation time, or with other words, decrease the amount of downtime?
So you mean the running time of the mixer itself?
Yes, I mean, if it doesn't run, we don't have a proper functional digester, I guess.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I take it out 4 times or 1 time a year, it's a reasonable downtime reduction. And compare that to, because I assume your propeller is not cheaper.
No, it's not that big difference in the price, but there is a difference, of course. But in the end, so in the tests, we calculated 11 to 12 times higher running time compared to stainless steel. And if we go in the real world to the biogas plants, the propeller is never the problem. So if something can break, of course, yeah, and if it's broken, you can change some parts like the engine or something, but you always can use the propeller again. So we never had. I mean, we are quite young and new in the market, just since 10 years, and since that since we use the Fisinit propeller, we don't have any broken propeller since now.
Impressive. Tom Hollander again, Agora Agriculture. What's Fisinit? Could you tell us a little bit more? And I'm also asking because, well, if it were plastics, we would have. I mean, there are other ways of plastic getting into biogas plants. I'm very well aware of that. But in the end, we want to reduce plastics and also particularly small parts of plastic. Could you say something on that?
Yeah. So in the end, it's a plastic. Yeah, it's loramid, and I can understand. I mean, we have aggression on the propeller, so there are some plastic parts which get inside the biogas medium. That's right. But in the end, we have to see which is worse, which is better. I mean, if there's a farmer somewhere and he needs to open his roof and exchange the mixer or the propeller or something. It costs a lot of money each day. So we think it's better for ecologically and economically for them to have this plastic propeller, so we don't need to, so that the biogas plant can just run and we don't have any problems. But I can understand your point that we have some plastics going inside the biogas medium. That's true.
Maybe there's more in toothpaste. I don't know. I have no idea. But thank you anyway for the questions, because basically these were the questions that I had for myself in mind. So thank you very much. And I think thank you for these insights. So I think this is something which operators could interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are going up again from a broader perspective. I'm welcoming now Heli Harpea. She's the service manager of Gas Grid Finland, but I think as far as I understood, we will not talk so much about Finland because the topic would be more the future of the clean gas market, the role of gas infrastructure in Finland and Europe. And topics are, for example, also as Gas Grid Finland also cares about GO services in connection also then with the proof of sustainability in the market. So I'm very curious about your presentation. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi and good afternoon. I have to say that I'm a little bit nervous as well, as Natalie mentioned before lunch. It was your first presentation. I think that this is my third presentation in English, and I have a brand new presentation as well. But let's go. And I always need some notes because I can't remember, I think, nothing what I have planned to explain or talk, so I need some notes. But yeah, I am Heli from Gas Grid Finland. I work in the gas business unit where I focus on gas and hydrogen geo guarantees of origin system, and I am developing the clean cars market as well. And I will now give you a short overview of how gas infrastructure supports the clean cars market, both in Finland and I think in Europe as well. Gas Grid is a state-owned gas transmission system operator in Finland. We make sure gas is delivered safely and reliable, and at the same time we are developing a hydrogen network for Finland's future use. Gas Grid has been officially mandated by Finnish government to develop hydrogen network. And our job is to support energy security and help Finland move toward carbon neutrality. And thanks for the Baltic Connector pipeline, Finland is connected to the European gas network. And we have two fairly new LNG terminals connected to the transmission network as well. And that Inko LNG terminal is very new floating LNG terminal. It was commissioned commercially in January 23. And it enabled Finland to break out of its dependencies on Russian pipeline gas. We are preparing for a future where energy needs are more diverse and cleaner than ever. And that's why we are building a multi-gas platform, not just for natural gas, but also for biogas, LNG, hydrogen, and synthetic methane, e-methane. And in Finland, the decision has been made to develop two separate networks. A gas network, of course, for natural gas, biogas, e-methane, and hydrogen network. So we will have two networks. Oh my God, lot of text. full slide. We are not building a system for today. We are building one that's ready for tomorrow. And Gas Grid's goal is to enable broad use of domestic renewable gas without needing major infrastructure investments. By 2030, we assume that production capacity of domestic renewable gases in the gas system will be 20-30-fold based on the concrete plans on the renewable gas producers. And this growth of renewable is based on increasing biomethane production and injection of renewable synthetic methane. And of course, biogas can be injected into the transmission network and distribution network directly from a grid-connected plant, but also from the DSO network into the TSO network through a compressor station. I will be back this a little bit later, but as Ari mentioned before lunch, this physical connection is needed if biogas is used in Finland for tax purposes. It's a little bit strange, but that is the situation in Finland, and I think that it differs from other European countries. But Finnish taxes are Finnish taxes. Then we have at the moment two so-called container solutions. I mean that off-grid biogas can be injected directly to the transmission or distribution network via vehicle transmission. And that is very important because small producers outside the main network can join in our transmission network. And soon we are expecting that maybe end of this year synthetic methane will also be flowing through our pipeline. And we are expecting that the first e-methane facility will be joined our network by 2027. And hydrogen is also in its way. First hydrogen production plant has been registered our geo registry, and I think that soon we will issue first gas geos, hydrogen geos for that plant. How to support clean gas project? At the moment, Gas Grid is proposing tariff discounts, 100% for renewable gas and 75% for low carbon gas. And consultation on transmission service pricing is ongoing. And we hope that these discounts will make clean gas projects more competitive in Finland and encourage new investments as well. And of course, this discount applies to the fee for feeding gas into the network, not the whole supply chain. Then little about geos, because I'm working with gas and hydrogen geo service. In Finland, we have 3 issuing bodies: Gas Grid for gas and hydrogen, Finnish Energy Authority for heating and cooling, and Finextra for electricity. And we are authorized to issue both national and AIB's EEX geos as well. We have 2 different type of geos. And maybe you know AIB and this EEX system. It's very easy to transfer geos between countries. There are at the moment there are 9 so-called gas member countries. And I know that few are coming soon. And this verification obligation has been Finland since summer 2022. And again, it's possible to utilize biogas in emission trading and excise taxation with GOs and POS. This picture has been shown, I think, yesterday, maybe quite similar. And of course, Ari in the morning have some kind of picture. But we have visualized how biogas is imported into Finland and how physical market and tracking system differs from each other. At the top you can see the commercial gas market, and biogas is injected into the network at the production site. Let's call it plant A on the left side. And then gas flows in one way or another into Finland, where it's used. And in Finland, biomethane has access to the VTP, regardless of the physical location of the production facility connected to the gas system. And there is no need for nomination between countries, but the physical connection must be demonstrable, as mentioned before and as in the morning. Below the commercial gas market, you can see the renewable attribute tracking system, GEOs and proof of sustainability, which move on paper. And by following this process, it's possible to benefit from a lower excise tax rate in Finland and to use gas in emission trading. We have, if I remember correct, we have nine excise tax levels in Finland. And the future of the clean gas market. It's it looks promising, but it also requires action. At Gas Grid, we see gas infrastructure as a key enabler of the green transition and energy security. Our system is evolving into a multicast platform. And we believe that clean gases will play a major role in reaching climate targets. Carbon neutrality in Finland, the target is 2035. But I think that infrastructure alone isn't enough. We also need clear rules, smart regulation, and strong cooperation between countries, companies, and authorities. 5 minutes left.
Okay. So that means you are finished.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
thank
finished.
you.
That was nice that.
No, yeah, it's
Here
fine.
is that, yeah.
If you are finished, you are finished. No
Yeah,
problem.
finish is finish.
Okay, so yeah, warm applause. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No. Good. I have a few. Or
Okay,
at least
few.
one maybe. So first of all, it's a clever idea, a neat idea of this mixed gas platform. What I do not understand, will there be a separate hydrogen network, or will you use mixed gases, or will you have separate pipelines, let's say?
Yeah, we will have. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we will have separate hydrogen network, and it's very, very large.
This is very good because, for example, in Germany, there are the ideas of the politicians to use the existing gas grid. But we all know this leads to problems. I mean, the gas diffuses out the hydrogen of the typical pipelines. There's deterioration of ceilings, for example, and other things to be observed.
And
yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah. And I have notes here, but of course I forgot to mention that it's quite interesting that when I started at Gas Grid 4 years ago, we had about 40 employees at Gas Grid, and today there are about over 100 people working, and the main reason is hydrogen network and project management. So we are growing very, very fast, and I think that every Monday, if I go to the office, there are new faces. Of course, the reason could be that I don't remember them, but yeah, there are always new people on Mondays, and it's very important that we used this kind of personal tax there. There are so many new people.
Yeah, this shows it's growing fast, so very good, and I think you have the chance in Finland now to start, which would be the way, in my opinion, to start with a fresh grid for hydrogen. Maybe one question to gas. I don't know, the company Gas Grid Finland, is it a company? Is it state-owned, partly state-owned, or are you maybe have a mandate or accreditation or something?
We are fully state-owned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good to know.
100% state-owned company.
Okay. So there are not many TSOs and DSOs for that matter. There's maybe only one, or
yeah, only one TSO.
Okay,
in Finland.
Okay. Well,
and quite short pipeline, but but lot of industry.
Yeah, but this makes maybe the jump up easier for you, let's say, because you can start relatively fresh, avoiding the failures. So talk to us, talk to me if you need to know what can be done wrong. We can tell you definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thanks again.
Thank
Another
you.
applause. Thanks again. So now we are coming to the, I think, famous company Ensoga, and I welcome Gianfrancesco Galanzino, and he is basically the founder and the CEO of Ensoga. And we will learn now about Ensoga's alternative way to secure energy supply by turning waste into renewable energy, something that is definitely of interest because we all want to get rid of energy crops, especially in Germany. So I'm listening very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we began 3 decades ago with 2 different souls. One was to be owner and operator of plants. The other was to be a technology provider. So we specialized ourselves in on the waste mainly, and so we entered in the anaerobic digestion with both the technologies semi-dry and wet, because you know better than me that the best way to approach a feedstock is to know which is the feedstock. So somewhen it is better to manage a feedstock with the wet technology. Somewhen, for the SSO, for example, it's better to use a semi-dry. Then we had our plants for mechanical biological treatment, so composting, biodrying, and even biodrying and stabilization of the digestate. And then, due to the fact that we managed somehow a fuel, which can be biogas, biomethane, or even SRF, we decided to enter in the refining of the renewable fuel. Everything was covered by our control system. We built 110 plants in 27 different countries. But let's say that 10 years ago, we noticed that to remain as a plant owner and operator was a too tough job for a medium-sized companies as we are. And so we decided to step out from the ownership of the plant, and we sold our plant to multi-utilities, infrastructure funds, and big investor. Because you know that to remain operator, owner of a waste or anaerobic digestion plant is definitely capital intensive. Moreover, if you have to manage and to own several plants, because otherwise you are not able to get the threshold to have a very good break-even point. So we remained as a developer, and so we run feasibility studies, and we base our feasibility studies on the economical key factor, so coal price, labor costs, gate fee, if any, feeding tariff, and so on and so forth for the different countries. So we even applied in the permitting phase, and we are able now to propose to investor, oil and gas companies, or infrastructure funds some basket opportunities, some basket investment opportunities. So we go to the market with at least every time 5 different opportunities in different countries, mainly in Italy, but we have even development some in Poland, in Spain, and even in the UK. So when we sell the opportunity, the project, we try to remain as engineering company, and we are keen to cover even the procurement and construction, the commissioning, and then we can cover the operation and maintenance. We can see later on which could be our role in the operation maintenance. But we are aware that somewhen we close our job with the permitting service. So somewhen every time we are even keen to remain as technology provider of a single section. When our final client is more interested to have a different EPC company. So anyhow, we cover or the supply of a section of the plant, or we can cover even the EPC contract, because we have our loan lines and we can release advance payment bond and performance bond to our client. So due to the fact that we began as owner and operator, we tried to deepen our know-how regarding the pretreatment, the anaerobic digestion, the upgrading and the refining of the fuel, and even the treatment of the digestate. Because somewhere, digestate in Italy, when you manage a source separate organic from kitchen, you are not allowed to spread the material in agriculture. So you have to compost it, to dehydrate it, dewater it, then to compost it, store, and then to sell the material. So it is a very tough job to approach in a circular way the entire chain value of the feedstock, which has to become a fuel and a product. So due to the fact that we face it with the waste, which is the worst scenario that you can imagine when you have to transform a feedstock in a fuel, we began treating the waste. But you know that if you are able to treat with the worst material, you are in advantage when you have to treat with agricultural feedstock. So we deepen our knowledge regarding the different feedstock. And maybe later on we can spend a few words about that. Then, as I already told you, we decided to have both the technologies fitting for the different feedstocks, so wet and semi-dry. We have our upgrading system, our own upgrading system. We are supposed to be or stupid or we learn the lesson. So due to the fact that we have been operators and owner, and we quite never lose money, okay, probably we learned something from the market. And so we upgraded our know-how regarding how to manage this material. You know, these materials are very poor. As less you touch it, as higher is your profit. And so it is so much better to have an industrial approach to this field, because it's not any longer a receipt for chef, but it is becoming a real industrial sector. So no way to have ideas, to try, but the only way to gain money is to remain focused on the cost effectiveness of your technologies. Because, you know, CapEx is CapEx, okay, but if you are not able to take under control the operating costs, you're going to lose money. Because CapEx are mainly covered by loan, and the money is not so easy, it's so difficult to be found, but if you lose yearly money, you are going to face with a nightmare. And so we even decided to work and to close the circle by working on the better way to assure that the digestate is not any longer a cost. So we deepen our technology in order to assure that even the digestate can become something which is not any longer a cost. So we decided to approach in an industrial way. this transformation from feedstock waste or agricultural feedstock by avoiding to use as more as we can main labor. So we use bridge cranes in order to move the material to feed the preparation lines. We normally use for all the materials the packager or hammer mills, because we noticed that we speed up the capacity of biomethane production. We pass from 12, 24 hours to 4 hours. And now our biogas production on the waste passes from 150 standard cubic meter per ton of ingestate to over 200, which is very, very interesting if you consider that the capex remained the same. So, as I already told you, we decided to to have both the technologies, and we decided even to assure to the potential investor that we can cover the entire circle, so from the receiving to the grid injection, so assuring the risking of the investment. This is one of our main advantages, because due to the fact that we come from the ownership of the operation of the plant, we decided to collect all the process data that, in all the plants that we built. So now we have in our database more than 30 million process data. Some of our competitors told that we were stupid because we lose time and money collecting data, but I think that now data are the real pillar on which we can base our proposal. So we have all the data in our control room in Italy, wherever is a plant, Greece, US, Poland, or Indonesia. And so we can even assure to the investor that we can be very fast in make our remedies. With the after sales, we can have a proper control on the plant, and so we can assure a real short shutdown of the plant when it can happen. What can happen in an anaerobic or in a waste treatment plant. So I'm going to use less than the 7 remaining minutes, only in order to show some references. We are proud about that. This is a plant that was owned by us, built and operate and owned by us. Then we sold to one of the biggest multi-utilities in Italy. In this plant, we treat 90,000 tons per year of source separate organic kitchen waste. We serve more than 900,000 inhabitants. We produce roughly 6 million cubic meter of biomethane, which are directly injected into the public grid. Only to give some bullet figures, the entire plant, 90,000 tons per year of kitchen waste, costed around 45 million, and it has a EBITDA which was over 38%. And so, how to say, we have been very happy to sell the plant, but our client is very happy to own the plant now because it was too big for us. We built other plants in Siena. Probably you know Siena for Cantucci and for Pallium, but this is one of the plant that we built in Siena. It is 41,000 tons per year, anaerobic digestion plant, and directly injection of the biomethane into the grid. This was built in Poland. This is another 90,000 tons per year plant in the north of Italy. This is a bioethanol production plant, and we engineered all the feeding system. This is a new anaerobic digestion plant which is under construction in the north of Italy, another in Sardinia. So as you can see, we can move from the mountains to the seaside. So no matter of the different waste composition or feedstock composition. This is another plant in the center of Italy. This is a plant where we produce solid recovered fuel from sludges, from digestate, and from municipal solid waste in the UK. This is probably one of the biggest plants in Europe for SRF production. Our client export SRF in Poland, Romania, and so on and so forth. And we even decided to work on the refining of the fuel. So on the upgrading for biomethane, but even on the feeding system for the cement companies which are moving and shifting from the fossil fuel using to the renewable fuel from waste, because the biogenic content, the carbon biogenic content is so much higher. You know that the position paper of the cement companies in Europe is to become zero carbon within 2050 and to achieve at least 50% of the substitution with the renewable fuel to the fossil fuel within 2030. Another plant in Hungary, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Yes.
3 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you a medal. No, thank you very much. But as I said, maybe I should really have done this kind of competition with a reward for being so early. No, but thank you very much. I found it also very interesting. Do we have any questions? No, but yeah, there's one. Just please wait for the micro, because you also have an audio.
I'm curious if you are take the responsibility of the operation of the plant, how you measure the population of the microorganism in the reactors.
Sorry, say it again. I didn't catch the question.
I'm curious if you are manage the operation in the biogas plants, how you check the population of the microorganism in the reactors, the population, what's going on, in any linkage between the feedstock and the result of the end.
Yes, indeed. We have a process engineer team with biologists and so on and so forth, which are in charge of this. I'm the company CEO, so my knowledge is limited to the economical aspect. So yes, the answer is yes, we have a professional crew which daily check all the plants, both in terms of mechanical functioning, but even process functioning, because you know that when you have a biological process to be covered and driven, it is very important that when you have a delay in time from when you put all together the ingredients to when you open the stove and you take out the cake. When the cake is not good. So the best way to move is to check every day, every hour, every minute, whenever it's possible, all the process data that you can get from the plant.
Thank you. Okay, I have maybe two questions to you. So you said you are serving in 20 countries. And I understood that you're also offering then OEM services and also services on site. How is this being organized? Do you have dependencies then maybe in the countries, or is it all centralized? and you send the people around. So
Thank you for the question. It's a good question because we are not a so big company which can cover worldwide the O&M services. And so we are directly engaged in some countries, let's say Spain, Poland, Italy, and in other countries we are served by our dealer and some local staff, which are linked with us because every day from Italy we can check all the plants worldwide because you know the data can easily go wherever you want.
yeah, no, that's a very good principle, and of course this also gives an effect to your services to be also quick and you can react. That's very good. Your software or the Eagle platform, can it also be used by third parties, or is it solely in your environment, but I can also buy it standalone, for example?
Yes, indeed, it is possible.
Yeah.
We made our Eagle Cloud system mainly for our plant because we even write all the software system for our clients. Nevertheless, we can apply our Eagle system even on third-party technologies. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe my last question out of curiosity, because we also are missing today a presentation on artificial intelligence. If you say you're collecting many data, 30 million, I guess, is this already a kind of machine learning, deep learning for example, for predictive maintenance? Can I understand it that way?
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Okay.
indeed, because we get all the data, then we sanitize all the data, cutting off the wings, and so we can rely on stable data, and only with artificial intelligence we can do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Applause, thank you. Yeah, as you can see, the last topics and also the next one, the last one before the next break. We are talking at the moment during the last presentations about efficiency and optimizing. And now we have Brian Larson. He's a development manager for biogas at Eurowind Energy. And yeah, he's also a practitioner. He was former manager of an industrial biogas plant. And he will now give us a light in optimizing the value chain of a biogas plant. Yeah, Brian, the stage is yours. Thank you. Does it work?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you everyone for first of all, thanks to Lead Event who has put together this conference. It's very well put together. So from here, compliment, and also to Dirk for the chairmanship. Very well done from your side. I'm here to talk to you about how we as a wind developer is looking into the biogas business and how we plan to develop it together, coming from the wind side of the business and also having some PV and some extra stuff. That one. As said here, we develop, construct and operate, meaning that we have the whole value chain and plan to also operate the biogas plants together with the wind and solar and battery and other exciting technologies that we can put onto this. And I'll dig deeper into that. First of all, a little bit about the company. We established in 2006 by two brothers and a lawyer. The two brothers coming from two separate businesses. The one is a farmer, the other one is an electrician. So having these two things brought together, you need a lot of land for putting up wind and solar. Sorry. And meeting that together with one who have the technical knowledge from the electrician side made the company Eurowind. And together with the lawyer, they started those three and a couple of developers. And today we have just turned 700 employees. We are present in 16 markets, mainly Europe, but also an office in the US.
We employ 34 nationalities and have, I think, we have about 2.5 gigawatt now in operation, meaning not all owned by us, but we do the TCM for other operators or other owners of wind turbines. And we have a pipeline of 59 gigawatts in the development pipeline. Out of those, that's all markets, that's wind, PV, solar, and biogas. Out of that, we have 300 megawatts of biogas. So that complies to 0.5%, if my calculation is correct. So you can say it's not a huge part of the business concerning the biogas, but having this primary power source, we can connect that together, and I'll get back to that later. A little bit about me. 20 years of experience within the process and energy business. 10 dedicated to the biogas, and I have been a manager at an industrial medium-sized plant in Denmark, 170,000 tons of biomass fed in. One of my tasks starting at Eurowind was to see how this operational approach could be put into operation together with the wind turbines and the PV already installed. Looking at it as a total concept where we are not developing solely biogas plant. We always think it together as a whole unit so we can make an energy center. And the energy center will consist of proven technologies. Example of these proven technologies I've put to the right at the screen. Wind turbines, obviously, as the main pillar of everything, because as one of the founders said, the only thing renewable that can really stand on its own without subsidies right now are wind. We have done that in Denmark now for a couple of years without subsidies. The government just recently put through for us a little bit stupid subsidy for offshore wind, as we only do onshore wind. We can do that unsubsidized, and it's really no reason to start messing with that and putting in a lot of subsidized wind from offshore conflicts a little bit and pushes the market and the market prices. So it may influence that the prices for the onshore wind is also being pushed down, needing to subsidize the onshore wind also. But as we also know in the biogas business, it goes up and down, and some things we are not in control of. And this primary energy source can be combined with also the primary energy source from the gas. And together this energy center should optimize these primary energy sources to a higher value product. The purpose of the biogas integration is first of all to see the biogas plant as a power plant and a fertilizer factory. And as I mentioned down there, it's a power plant and biorefinery where it's not only the fertilizer, but it's also the other products we can get out from the biogas plant as refined products. We want to support the landowners that we are making contracts and option agreements on for the land for the wind turbines and the PV by unlocking some potentials for them to get some ESG credits into their agricultural business. And a statement from that is that a biogas plant is as much a license to produce for the farmer as it is a source of energy and a way to get rid of the manure. Tom, you mentioned yesterday that we needed to cut the livestock to half. We have an idea that if you do it correctly and you go for the most optimal CO2 reduction, you can actually still have a livestock production as you have today with the same amount of energy that you use today, or even reduce the CO2 footprint by having a biogas plant also. So in this correlation with the core business, we want to also optimize the usage of the grid connection that we have already bought for the PV and solar. So having some base load power. You were a little bit conflicting on that also, Tom, that it is not real base load power, but we can produce base load power from this energy center by adding the biogas to the center. Not the full amount that we will produce at an energy center like this. We would probably, from the turbines at a reasonably sized turbine park today, we would produce or have installed capacity of wind turbines of a minimum of 70 megawatts. And the energy production we could produce from a normal sized biogas plant in our scale would be about 12 megawatt of electricity. So, but at least we can, those 12 megawatts of capacity, we can make a base load contract on. Looking at it in maybe not the most circular drawing we have made, but again, it makes a little bit sense moving from left to right here, that we have some different agricultural products we feed to the plant. We want to be able to extract some of the higher value materials that we have in the products that we are feeding to the biogas plant. We have straw, holds a huge potential for products that can be extracted from the straw before feeding it to the biogas plant. Instead of first making all the molecules to gas and then taking the gas and make the molecules to something else. If we could use it directly from the straw, for instance, we could take out cellulosic lignin, who is today maybe produced from a fossil source, use it as glue. So it makes no sense to first make it to gas and then take the gas somewhere else to make it into glue. I think I'll revert back to this one later. One of the things we are looking into in Denmark especially is protein from grass. I don't know if you noticed they were cutting the grass just outside here. That fresh grass could actually potentially be a source to protein that could be fed to both animals and humans eventually, once you get rid of the nasty tasting things in grass. In a ton of grass, we can get about 10 kilos of protein with a dry matter of this 86%, whereof the 55% is protein. So it's about 4.3 kilos of protein per ton. It doesn't sound like a lot, but having the fact that it comes from the wet or from the fresh cut grass, a lot of it is water, So reducing it down to this I think it's 4.17 or something kilos, or 4.7 kilos of protein, pure protein, makes it actually a liable business case. Especially when we can take the pulp as the residual part and feed it into the biogas plant and have a high gas yield, or a reasonable high gas yield from that source. I stated here it is between 170 to 250 cubic meters of methane per ton of pulp fed to the biogas plant. And one of the prospects that we can see is that if we start manipulating a little bit with the grass, finding the right seeds, we can actually also optimize a little bit both on the protein yield, but also the digestibility of this pulp. On the positive side, this will count very well into the farmer's ESG. As grass is a perennial crop, it is also a very good source for harvesting CO2 from the air and keeping the carbon also in the ground. The limits and the negative thing is that we must have it as fresh cut. If it lays to be weathered, it loses its proteins quite fast. And again, also the process is also still in its maturing phase, and there are some subsidy schemes right now going in Denmark. So it is also maturing, but it's mostly the process works, and the protein is being used in feedstock today. But the yield from the grass can be improved, and also ways to put it over to grass protein for humane consumption could be a potentially huge market. And I think we will get back maybe to the regulations and support of the usage of grass protein in the last panel debate. Could be one of the topics also.
Welcome.
Then a little bit about the straw. I can see I have to speed up a little bit. Or could I perhaps use a little bit more time here?
Well, 5 minutes is ample time, don't you think?
Yeah,
I give you
maybe.
1 or 2 minutes
Let's see.
more.
I also have a back end. So. This is just the front end of the plant. I also plan to speak something about the back end. But the straw is also, as mentioned before, a very good resource for gas. The problem with straw is that it needs a lot of pre-treatment to be feedable to the biogas plant, and also the CO2 certificates are not that great at the moment. But if it could be a waste product from another purpose, so harvesting the lignin before feeding it to the biogas plant could be one of the potential improvements that we could get from feeding the grass to the biogas plant. Normal or a huge source for district heating in Denmark is also using the straw today. By burning off the straw, as you know, if you burn something, it gets lost. It goes up in smoke, and the only thing left is the ashes. And these nutrients, the micronutrients that are in the straw, are kind of lost and are not being fed back to the ground in a sustainable way. Some other things that could be in the straw could be obstructed by the pesticides, or the very small amount of pesticides used in the field, because it's being absorbed also by the straw. And another thing is actually the heavy metals coming from the chemical fertilizers that can limit the usage of these fibers that we get from the straw. Because if you're doing pyrolysis on the straw, these heavy metals are not being burned off, they are just being concentrated more and more into the char that is left. And a huge source of these heavy metals are actually from the chemical fertilizer business. So an improvement of reusage of the fertilizer could also improve the usage of these straws for something more valuable than just burning them or getting rid of them as fertilizer. Did I miss anything? So a little bit about the usage at the back end. We are a strong believer that we also should be able to, from the plant, to enable that we can, with these all these primary energy sources, make the next generation of fuels once the technology is mature. And I put in a small example also. Yeah, okay, this is the fertilizer thing, where we want to actually upgrade the fertilizer from the plant and make it into nitrate fertilizers. We have some kind of strict rules in Denmark that we have to acidificate the manure if we are bringing them out on the fields when we have a dry matter above 3.6%. And especially after the biogas plant where you have raised the pH value, you have a very high evaporation of nitrogen. That is why they have put in this law that you have to use acid when you spread it to the fields, unless you are putting it down to the ground. And a counter source could be to nitrify the manure or the digestate. Like normal wastewater technology, you nitrify and you denitrify. We just don't do the denitrification here. We end it there and we get a product out that is actually better absorbable for the plants in the growth period. And finally, the dry matter that we get out from the separation can be dried and be used in greenhouse, what is it called? Greenhouse gardening. Is it the correct term? Yeah. As a substitute for sphagnum that is being taken out from the ground. It is very CO2 emitting and a very high source for CO2 emission from that business. So, and a little bit future perspective, that could be the potential next stage in our energy center is to make either fertilizer, as here mentioned, or even methanol. I think that's it. A little bit over time, sorry.
No, I think this is neglectable. So, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? I don't see any. As always, I have a few. Thank you. So, I'm not sure whether I understood it correct or maybe I overheard it. So basically you have described a concept. Is it already in operation or are parts in operation? I didn't get this one.
No, we don't have any operating plants yet. We are in the middle of getting it through the municipality. So hopefully by the end of the year we have the final approval and we can start building.
May I ask, you don't need to answer, in which region or which country?
Denmark.
In Denmark?
Denmark, yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's a great concept, and I think this is also the future, the integration of all forms of renewable energies. We also have in Germany some interesting examples, so maybe this is also of interest to visit them, for example, if you have not done it already. And I think, so you're speaking also about e-fuels. We have seen hydrogen production is an option because you can drive electrolyzers with your own wind turbines. And actually then the next step, or the step is not far then to sustainable aviation fuels actually. Is this also a topic that you would consider?
It is a topic, yes, but it is also a thing that needs, that we have a huge amount of gas available for converting it. Otherwise it makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
You need to have a plant that, I think we need about 100 million of cubic meters, or yeah, 100 million of cubic meters per year before we even start considering doing this. So we need to import from the grid and or have a lot of plants connected together, like you also talk about in Germany, just a small scale. But if we could go a little bit bigger, it would make sense, yeah.
Yeah, and you can react maybe also better on the market conditions, depending on what is the next big thing, for example, because this flexibilization is also needed and necessary. Also, again, if I compare to Germany, we have this flexibility tender. So, for example, you have a lot of gas left, what to do with it. And now the clever ones, for example, they bring it to fuels, maybe direct off-takers, industries, near vicinity and things like that. But yeah, very interesting. And best of success, of course, not luck, but success with executing the project. Thank you. So, since, as I told you, the last topics were all about efficiency, and I would believe all the presenters, the speakers, that they're very efficient, as we see on the time. So everybody was very timely. I would say, as we are so early, we now have, let's say, around about 20 minutes to 4. Let's say that we reassemble here again at 16:15. Is that okay? So we have some 35 minutes to refresh, drink a lot of coffee. I see thumbs up. Thank you. So let's say then 16 again, 16:50. Thank you. So, as we can see, it's getting familiar, more familiar. So, I'm very proud of you, the last ones that are staying here, so we are hardcore. And yeah, the last presentation before we have the very last panel discussion, which will be quite technically. I'm now having the pleasure to welcome to the stage Stefano Murace, I hope I pronounce it right. And he's the policy advisor at Biogas. So at the very end, we have a good roundup actually now on the topics of policy, basically. And interestingly, he will also speak about my personal topic of interest, decarbonizing transport, the future of biomethane for road and sea. And here also we pay special attention to bio-LNG. Stefano, where are you? That's of course interesting. Maybe outside, okay. So yeah, so I hope also that our virtual audience on the screens at home or in the office so far enjoyed the conference. And as I said, I'm glad that we still have some active people here. And now here comes our speaker with a slight delay. No, it doesn't. Sorry? Ah, all right, yeah. Oh yeah, maybe he got confused because we are a little bit early, but the colleague from the event organizers will look him up, I hope. Here we go. You are late. I'm the chairman, I have to say that. Okay, I already introduced you, so just go ahead. The stage is yours for the next 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. So apologies for that.
And an applause, of course, even if you're only such a few. Thank you.
So apologies for that wait for me, but as you know, there's been a little reshuffling on the program, but yes. Let's start. So, well, you already had the introduction. So my name is Stefano Murace. I'm the policy advisor for heating, and the reason why I'm here, I'm also the policy advisor for transport at Biogas. About that, which direction do I have to point for the next slide? Yeah. Voila. So, quick overlook over the agenda. Well, who is Biogas, first of all, and also the presentation will be about the utilization of biomethane and, of course, future cases, how to further expand that in the sector of transport. And at Biogas, we're covering shipping and road transport. As you can imagine, I could basically take up this podium for the rest of the day, so I'll be very, very synthetic on that one. Biogas is a trade association, so this presentation will be mostly about the legal background at EU level. So let's basically really summarize it a bit, like why biomethane, like the reasons for biomethane in these two sectors, the challenges, and then of course some space for possible questions. Now moving ahead with the first topic, so still introductory, who is Biogas? We are the trade association for gaseous fuels in Europe. We go all basically the downstream part of the value chain. We cover it all, going from DSOs all the way to traders, even OEMs, technology providers. Just to make an example, you think of the nozzle to refuel an biomethane truck. Well, that's also us. We have 105 companies across I think all continents, mostly of course in Europe, since we're working on EU affairs, so we're very, very big. Now, moving to the core part of the presentation, like why biomethane. At EU level, biomethane falls under the Renewable Energy Directive. That's, let's say, the mother of directives in the energy sector. This is a directive basically that is prescribing for member states to how to increase the amount of renewable energy consumed in our energy networks. Here, the two most important articles are Article 3, of course, that is the overall target. As you know, with REPowerEU, which was published a couple years ago, there we basically set the new target for the EU, which is reaching a renewable energy consumption target of 42.5% by 2030, possibly 45%, but let's say the legal binding number is 42.5%. Further on, of course, the directive is very broad, covers all sectors, and the one we're of course interested in today is Article 25, which is the one on transport. Member states basically can decide between reaching a consumption of renewable energy and renewable energy. Just for clarification, here you covers it all, so it's not just electricity, which sometimes people mistakenly think energy equals electricity, but no, here it's everything. It's electricity, it's fuels, it's everything. And then of course, so one is increasing the consumption to 29%, or alternatively to reduce the greenhouse gas intensity to 14.5%. And then also since the last review, so the RED 3 in 23, yes, 23, there is also another target for increasing the consumption of renewable fuels, and that goes up to, RFNPOs, and that goes up to 5.5%. And of course, the targets are all for 2030. Here I made a little bit of a selection. Also, I didn't know quite what the level is of preparation on this one, so I will stay rather on the surface. Of course, you can go into detail in each one of these articles. Very interesting for us, of course, starting from Article 25, as you know, as I just mentioned, on the specific targets for the transport sector. We have Article 26, which is basically defining the biofuels from food and feed crops, which is kind of the first generation of biofuels. Further on, Article 27, which is also connected with 26, of course, where you have all the calculation rules. So basically to reach the targets we just saw, so the sub-targets for the transport sector, and then finally the overall target for the energy consumption. It's explaining all the formulas, which are then also reconnected in Annex 5 and 6. Very important there to reach these targets. I mean, you saw the number is quite high, especially now for first movers. There are some, let's say, some incentives. So we have a double counting for biofuels, and here we're speaking of advanced biofuels. Electricity, so renewable electricity, it's a ×4, and finally for the fuels of Article 26, it's just a multiplier by 1.2. Article 29 also very important because it's defining the two criteria for making a fuel compliant with the RED, so basically to count towards the objectives, so the numbers we just saw on the slide before. You need to be compliant with two criteria in particular, one of them sustainability criteria. Just to make an example, and there it's, it's a very big article. For example, you take from the LULUCF on the land utilization, of course, you can't just cut the whole wood to just grow feedstock for biofuels. That, of course, would not be compliant. Then in that case, if you make a fuel out of that land. So sustainability criteria, that's one. And then you have the second one, which is on greenhouse gas emissions. So here's greenhouse emissions intensity. So basically there is also then in the annex again, a number, like a value that is given to fossil fuels. And basically from that value, you need to reduce at least by 65%, and that's for biofuels. Since 2021, you need to reduce the emissions by 65%, otherwise, again, not compliant. RFNBOs have even higher number, they are at 70%. Finally, Article 31A, latest edition. Those of you that know the article know that this is a very important one, especially also for trade, but more on that later. Basically, it's a database, so it's like a big register, and this one is the register of registers, because you have these registers already at member states level, where basically all fuels that are coming on the market, so the producers are basically registering there all the emissions, just keywords, as you know, guarantees of origin, proof of sustainability, it's all in there, and this is like the big register at EU level, so basically also making easier than the trading across the continent. Moving then on to more specific legislation, so this was in general for both sectors, but looking more specifically at maritime transport, and their apologies for the boxes are not exactly in the right order. Of course, we need to start from the Fuel EU Maritime Regulation, which is basically prescribing to ship operators by how much they need to reduce emissions from energy consumption on board of their ships. Indeed, Fuel EU Maritime has also parts saying that, for example, you have, when the ships are at berth, so in the harbor, they need to connect to the energy grid. In these ports, you have like the Methane T, which is like the list of the main ports in the EU. They need to comply with that, so to allow the ships to connect to the power grid on the land by 2030, for all the others 2035. And basically this is then going into connection with the MRV, so monitoring, reporting and verification. Basically all the ships, all the emissions produced from from the energy consumed on the ships, this is all registered. The exercise has already begun actually, and if I'm not totally mistaken, from next year, they're already starting with the different fines. So basically each ship has its own balance on energy consumption. And then there's a possibility of pooling that, of course, because, well, an operator is operating different ships. And so in the end, you have still to reach the final target. And so you can also bank these, let's say, these credits if a ship is overperforming. Just making a concrete example, let's say you have an LNG ship, which already just for using just LNG saves up to 20 to 25% of CO2. So basically I can combine it with a heavy oil ship, and then at the end of the year, I'm again even. Further on, very important also there to mention, of course, AFIR regarding the infrastructure, so the whole story with the ports, that's also all in there. And of course, for the shipping, it's a bit, let's say, easier in the sense that the regulation Fuel EU Maritime is technologically neutral. We have a so-called well-to-wake methodology for accounting for emissions. So they're looking at all the emissions produced throughout the life cycle of the fuel. And this, of course, opens up also to other fuels. And why I'm mentioning this, we will see in a second. So we have also all other kind of alternative fuels. On the one hand, you have ammonia, you have methanol, of course, electrification with all the limits that come with it, and, well, pure hydrogen, why not? In any case, this is all mentioned there in the Act. And now finally, also there on the slide, it should be not saying ETS2 for transport, because that's for road transport. Actually, it's ETS1. Of course, there it's on the carbon, like it's a carbon market. Also there, each year, emissions need to be reduced. However, all of this framework needs to be looked at then compared with the IMO, or rather what they're going to decide in Q4 of this year, because as you know, I think it was last month, no, in April, April, in London, big historical achievement, the member states, but not of the EU, but of the IMO, agreed that they want to get carbon neutral by 2050, while the EU is only envisaging minus 80% in emissions. Basically, they're taking 10 years forward what the Fuel EU Maritime wanted at the beginning. So it's going to be very challenging, and very likely Fuel EU Maritime will have to be reviewed. Looking at road transport, so as I just said, for CO2 emission standards, well to wake, here we have a different approach. The Commission decided to go with tailpipe emissions. Now, all of these acts you see there, minus ETS2, were already pre-existing, so they have been reviewed over the years. And basically the old approach of the Commission was to put on the one side CO2 emissions, and on the other, all other sorts of emissions, which are then on the other hand covered in the Euro 7. So CO2 emission standards is quite problematic actually for the industry, because it's only looking at tailpipe emissions. Now, I mean, most of you, if not all of you, are in the biomethane sector, or at least working with gases, and as you know, when you have a combustion, you inevitably have CO2 emissions. So especially when they're carbon-based. So the big problem here, of course, is, looking at biomethane, if you have it like renewable, so take, for example, the red, you can still fulfill both criteria, but then at the end of the day, the fuel is kind of at risk, because what's happening, CO2 emission standards, it's basically one for light-duty vehicles and one for heavy-duty vehicles. Light-duty vehicles, As you know, big lines in the newspaper. As of 2035, manufacturers will be able only to sell basically electric and hydrogen cars. Now, hydrogen, if it's not subsidized, it's not going to happen. And, well, leaves only electric. Heavy-duty vehicles, you have something similar. There, let's say, target is put a bit back in time, so 2040, but also there only, like you need to have an emission reduction of 90%, and we're speaking fleet-wise, which still doesn't kind of keep biomethane, or in this, well, of course, biomethane depends what to tank. So as you know, biomethane is coming from methane. So today we have the fossil version. So we're tanking them as CNG and LNG, so in liquefied and compressed version. And the problem really is then with the CO2 emissions, since when you burn biomethane, you only have a reduction of CO2 by 20-25%. At the end of the day, you still don't get down to what's prescribed by the current regulation. But again, on this topic, we will come back. Maybe it's even a bit too detailed for what we need to know now. Of course, ETS2, there it's just CO2 emissions, also their reduction of emissions. And finally, vehicle type approval regulation, where you have all the different categories of vehicles as already prescribed by UNECE, which is the UN agency dealing with that. Now, biomethane. We already looked into some of these parts. Well, today, now even one step back. So currently we are using mostly LNG and CNG, so basically compressed or liquefied natural gas, which still at the end of the day, if it's methane, so the pure version CH4, it's already clean, burning much cleaner than most of all other fuels, because you're completely cutting nitrous oxide emissions, sulfur oxides, but also all the particulates, so the PM. You just mentioned 2025 CO2 emission cut in CO2 emissions. And so what's the big difference now between the natural gas we're tanking today and the biogas that will come in the future? I mean, future, it's already here actually. But let's say when we will scale up the production, so when it will be more established than it is already today, depending on the feedstock, the fuel can be potentially even carbon negative, in a sense that if you, instead of using the approach currently used for the CO2 emission standards regulation, you use the one of the red, so the one we were looking for at the beginning with the two characteristics, so the sustainability characteristics, sorry, sustainability criteria and GHG reduction, there then biomethane is perfectly compliant. Indeed, for all other sectors, for the shipping, for example, this is not an issue. There it's perfectly recognized because they have a different emissions counting system. So why carbon negative? You take, for example, manure, just to name one, but there is a whole list. If you go through Annex 9 of the red, Part A, you can see them all. Now taking manure, for example, you leave it lying somewhere rotting in the corner, you will still have methane emissions at the end of the day. So if I transform that, put it into my truck, burn it, and still have CO2 emissions at the end, I actually saved emissions, like that's less greenhouse gas in the air. Further on that, LNG, CNG, you probably already saw the stickers everywhere. I mean, we're tanking that in our trucks today. Big advantage, infrastructure is not just standing for the refueling, but you also have it, of course, for the deliveries. So you have trucks running around. It's like we already have all the knowledge how to carry that. And then also all the pipelines. It's a very well-established technology. And finally, of course, they're by default ready for so biomethane, bio-LNG, bio-CNG, but then also the synthetic version, so ENG. That's also like the next frontier. So we're speaking here of e-fuels. Now, this said, however, it's always important to mention when speaking of fuels, we don't have like biomethane is one of the solutions. It's like we believe, and not just we, but like scientifically, it's a combination of all decarbonization technologies we have that will take us to the targets of 2050, because we need to decarbonize today, we can shift it to I don't know when, and we need to use all the technologies that are available today. And of course, each geography then also has its, let's say, most suited technologies. Just making an example, Also from the experience from our members, like EU is very much betting on biomethane. We have a lot of availability of also of all the feedstocks. But for example, if you go to Asia, they're much more betting on the synthetic version, so on ENG. And the good news is, of course, when you're using that, for example, the shipping sector, the good thing is with the same engine, I can tank both. It's not changing anything at the end of the day because in my tank, I will still have CH4. This is, okay, there maybe I will be going through a bit more quickly. I made a little comparison here between the different fuels that we can use to decarbonize the shipping sector. It's a very synthesized version. There are a lot of other elements that could be put in there. Maybe could have been even simplified more than that. Of course, big advantage of biomethane and the synthetic version. So synthetic methane is that the infrastructure is standing. Ships can already bunker it in many, many ports, and at least the most important ones. It's a mature technology, especially then for the LNG. You have to keep it cool at minus 162 degrees Celsius to keep it liquid, so to have more energy since it's a more, it has a higher energy intensity. This you can hardly do probably for pure hydrogen, where you need to keep it at minus 253 degrees. When the coldest on Earth, I think you can reach is minus 268. So good luck with that one. But and this is also actually one of the reasons why you use derivatives for the shipping sector. So in that case, you have ammonia. Although they're ammonia, methanol, both very promising technologies. With the only thing, of course, at the moment, they're still like the engines are in development phase. You already have twin fuel version of these engines. Let's say monofuel are coming, especially methanol. I think Maersk just put a ship into operation 1 or 2 months ago, so we're getting there. However, you know, the LNG part is already there, and biomethane, of course, is the first step for decarbonizing. Then we also, of course, have also the electric propulsion there with all the limits that it's coming with of course, the reach, you can't go too far, the weight of the batteries, all the materials you need for it. So it's a bit more critical. And then hydrogen we already mentioned, and maybe with the electric one also as well. Important detail, it's electric, like you're just displacing energy in the case where, let's say you take today's energy mix, it's not 100% green, so it's only green when also the grid is green. Also the current market numbers, these are numbers from the DNV order book, showing us that only 2% of the ships today in operation are actually powered by alternative fuels. But if you look at the order book already, so the ships basically being built right now, we already have a 27.1%. And as you can see, more than half of the ships are LNG ones. Moving to road transport, here I took the data from the platform, the IAFO, from the European Commission, which is basically the Observatory for Alternative Fuels. Also there, we have most of the trucks being powered by LNG, CNG, and they're put together because it's category N2 and 3, so N2 the smaller, N3 the bigger ones, the big trucks. And then also for newly registered trucks, so the right graph in this case, we see it's still the predominant technology. We see a lot of battery electric actually coming up, hydrogen not much, well, the reasons for that are pretty much connected to the technology readiness of these, because, for example, you take electric trucks. I think the best trucks you can buy today get you tops 600 kilometers, while with LNG you can make double as much. So this is already big difference. And then also with the hydrogen, if it's not subsidized, it's hardly getting into service. And we're speaking of logistic companies, as you know, have very tiny margins, and most of them are SMEs. So already it's very, very hard there to get there. And I guess I'm running out of time.
Yes,
okay,
you are already, but
big
if you have
slide.
some conclusions, maybe.
Yes, so, well, we need to decarbonize today. That's the big thing. Most of our trucks are over 14 years old, so we're speaking of Euro 4. There you see this, it's a Creative Commons, so you can just find that one on the internet. free to use with all the fuels we need to decarbonize today. Like we don't have the luxury to wait for electric go, that they can run 1,000 kilometers. We don't have the time for that. We need to start now. And this is a technology that is scalable, available today. Really final ones. Biomethane so the keyword here, biomethane for shipping. What is the key here? Important is the UDB we mentioned before, Article 31A of the RED. What is the problem for all the ships? Because you need to register all the fuels. The problem is there is no connection with if there are any other registers in other countries, and B, in case of LNG, so for natural gas, the problem is they don't have a mass balancing recognized of other countries. So let's say I have my biomethane plant in Chicago and want to tank in Florida. Well, this will not be recognized. Road transport, and this is the very final slide. The problem is, of course, we have this CO2 regulations, CO2 emission standards regulation for cars, but also for trucks. And the problem there is the emission counting. And we need to change that. And there are 3 options: carbon correction factor. This is one of them, a new vehicle category as a promise to the German delegation when negotiating the file. And finally, of course, robust definition of CO2 neutral fuels based on RED criteria.
Finally is a good word for that. Thank you very much. Applause. And so definitely we have a winner in over-exceeding time and coming late, but no.
Sorry.
I'm kidding. No. I'm very pleased that there is an institution like Eurogas, and I'm also, when I'm regularly in Brussels, I'm also interconnected with Eurogas, especially, for example, via Ergar, which leads me maybe to a first question before I address the audience. Are you also in cahoots with AIB? In exchange, or are you even a member or something like that? I think a membership is not really possible with AIB, right?
Wait, AIB stands for?
The Association of Industry Bodies. So association bodies.
I mean, we cooperate with many associations in Brussels, like for road transport. Actually, if you go on our LinkedIn, I think yesterday we just published a reaction to, it was to finally completing the approval process for the targeted amendment on the CO2 emission standards regulation, because basically now for compliance, as you know, with all the story with Volkswagen not reaching targets, having the compliance over 3 years, although it's not really solving the issue because, well, they won't get a fine today, but they still need to reach their targets that are set in 3 years. So, yeah.
Personally, it's maybe not so bad, my opinion, that you do not really know AIB, so they are the competing trading hub also towards Ergar, for example. But yeah, let us maybe address the audience. If we have any questions, the very last chance. No? Okay.
See one down there.
Oh, there is one. Yeah, sorry.
But of course, if they're interested in the same topics, they should definitely reach out to us.
Will do, definitely.
Because we're really looking forward to cooperating with everybody.
I'm taking the opportunity, believe me. Thank you.
I'll leave my business card.
Again, Tom Hollander, Agora Agriculture. So, if I get you right, the shipping, there are 3 fuels, 3 promising fuels. We've got LNG, methanol, and ammonia for shipping. And what do you think? Because it's the worldwide business, right? Is every harbor of the world going to build up 3 infrastructures for charging, basically, or for tanking?
Yes, so for the bunkering, like all the main ports expect them to. You take Singapore, Europe, of course. I mean, they will. So the thing is, like, legally bound, they're not. They only, like, the legally part is for the recharging. But of course, you take Port of Rotterdam, Port of Antwerp, and I'm pretty sure many others are already heavily investing in the infrastructure for these fuels. And I mean, again, for LNG, you have Asia mostly betting on the synthetic version, so ENG. We are betting more on the bio LNG part, and then of course you still have the fossil one because that's the one that is mostly used today. And then of course for the others as well, ammonia, methanol, they're all coming, but then it will of course depend on the ports if they want to take the next step, because of course here, this is EU regulation, so we're speaking for EU ports to be seen at the IMO level, how they want also to use, let's say, the money coming then from the technically for the coming fines if you're not decarbonizing at the speed foreseen by international regulation of the IMO.
Thank you very much. A warm applause. Thank you very much. So we're coming to our last point for this afternoon. Now I lost my notes. My head is already lost. So yeah, so now we will get technical, but also strategically from the topic. The topic is overcoming methanization challenges, innovations, regulations, and market. And I'm welcoming once more Jean-Philippe Bontin. You know already, CEO of Korea, president of Biogas Valais. That's a good idea. So you may take the first seat, because then I have the order here. Thank you. So the second panelist is well known from today, Brian Lawson, Development Manager of Eurowind Energy. And hi. And I'm also welcoming Klaus van Hee. He's the Commercial Director of Bioelectric. And as far as I recall, I mean, both panelists, I think, are known already, but I think you didn't have a presentation, really, as far as I don't recall. So I'm welcoming you to give a short introduction of your good self and also of your company. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So my name is Klaus van Hee. Thank you for introducing me. And I'm representing Bioelectric. At Bioelectric, we are likely the #1 European biogas installer if you put it in units over the last 5 years. Over the last 5 years, we've been building roughly 2 biogas installations every week, totaling now to around 450 plants all over Europe that are operational. And 3 points on Bioelectric. Number 1, the name is a bit misleading. Bioelectric, we produce biogas installations that produce electricity, but we are also having a product line that produces biomethane or raw biogas. That's number 1. Number 2, we do that at farm scale. And we have a product portfolio starting at the price of a tractor, 150,000 euro roughly, tailored at 60 cow farms, but also for piggery farms. And yeah, that goes up to the equivalent of 800 cows. And around that third point, we built biogas as a product. Everything fits onto one truck. We build it within a couple days. And through standardizing, we can automate it a lot, and we can integrate it into the farmer. So the farmer only needs to spend a couple minutes per day on it. And I think through that solution, I think hence the invitation to this panel, we overcome a couple of very common challenges in the rollout of biomethane. Financing, availability of feedstock, permits. Those 3 definitely are a lot easier if you keep it small. And then I understood that CI scores will be gradually becoming more important. You mentioned manure already. We have CI scores of going up to -100, which might help us to further decarbonize and scale in the interesting transition that we're on. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks as well for being here. I maybe start directly with some questions which I may also pass on. I mean, you said, okay, you are installing more small-scale plants, which is, of course, on the one hand, it's a good opportunity. On the other hand, if I think especially about grid connection, for example, in Germany, it's likely, it's not confirmed, that there will be a threshold from when on you are entitled to actually feed to the grid. But anyhow, I mean, this would be a chance then for one of my beloved topics, clustering. So maybe especially if you have small plants which you can easily set up, directly possibly next to the grid, for example. So this could be maybe an opportunity. Are you looking into that?
Yes, and we have a couple solutions already active today in the field that show that it's possible in reality.
Okay. I want to pass this question also on to Brian as a development manager at Eurowind Energy. Yeah, so here we are maybe also in the topic benefits of scale, for example. So
yeah,
how is your company or how handling it, or what's your opinion on that, on this opportunity?
Obviously, we are in both our corners. You were producing the small scales, and I'm not saying that it is a bad thing, because depending on where you are in the world and in the country, it can be a very good thing. But having these benefits of scales where you can actually harvest more than just the gas can be difficult to achieve at a small scale plant. It can only be done if with a benefit and without subsidies, if you run it up big scale, like the Danish model, so to say, where you have a huge amount of biomass and you can better have the economy in building these add-ons to the plant.
Okay. Do you both also have experience with, let's say, making an existing installation bigger, for example? Would that also be an opportunity that you could serve? Because then I can gradually maybe increase my production instead maybe of doubling the output at once, you know, because it's also, of course, an investment question.
So
maybe I start with you, yeah.
From the a lot of plants in Denmark have been made bigger, starting off from a small farm-based plant with about 30,000 tons, and then scaling up to 200 to 300 tons, maybe 400 tons. So I'm not saying it is not, it cannot be done, but often you start off on a wrong foot, and you have to redo the whole plant to enable it and do a total revamp that would not have been necessarily if you have started with the big to begin with. But I also acknowledge that it is, from the red tape point of view, it is more difficult with a large-scale plant. So there are benefits coming from the small to the big.
Yeah, right. Now I'm asking that Jean-Philippe, especially, just wait, because I'm wondering, especially in your position as president of Biogas Valais, I could imagine that this maybe is also an opportunity, small scale, maybe multiply it in a region. What's your opinion? Am I right that this could be an opportunity, or do you think, no, maybe we have another strategy at Biogas Valais?
Yes, for the strategy of biogas in France, I listened, it's small or the big project, but in France you have one reality. It's different that my neighbors, Germany, for example, and Belgium, sorry, and Italian and Spanish, there are a lot of neighbors. But in France, we have one obligation, is 15% of input are dedicated crops. It's very important. For the menu, the recipe, menu, for the digester is complex. It's very complex in France because there are a lot of, there are often several products from the farm in the same time. So it's more difficult if you want to say production in the same project. It's not possible in France. So we have each unit, biogas site is unique. So the position of Biogas Valais is to help all the industrial, all developer, all farmer in France. And for example, the objective of Biogas Valais is to putting project developer and facilities together the people. Because we have a lot of administration in France, and sometime, not sometime, every day. If you want to create a new project, you have to call, you have to write for administration, but department, city, department, region, French government, bank department, bank regional, bank national. So Biogas Valley want to help with to put oil for the link. Yes, you understand? Hein? Ouais. Yes, mettre de l'huile dans les rouages. Bon, je sais pas comment on peut dire. Ouais, to help, ouais, aider dans voilà dans le quotidien. Je sais pas comment on peut traduire ça. It's French expression. It's my objective for Biogas Valley, and maybe after I explain one or two position of Biogas Valley, another question maybe.
Okay, thank you for this. Yeah, maybe we are maybe staying a bit on the topic of economies of scale, and especially then the questions of efficiency, and is it possible to have circularity, especially if you look at new feedstocks, because generally, for example, I'm told, well, small scale LNG is difficult because especially small scale, for example, if I look at in Germany, we have also a support mechanism for very small manual plants. And this is sometimes a little bit difficult. And this is said that it maybe makes only sense from, let's say, 350 norm cubic meters. So opinions are different in these matters, but how do you overcome this, or how do you convince, let's say, a project developer, for that matter, that it can be a business case?
Well, number one, we sell to farmers, and we sell to farmers directly, and there are many advantages that speak to farmers. Number one, through only digestion of hourly fresh manure, you can harvest 35 cubic of biogas per ton of manure. If you wait for 2 weeks and you bring it in a central truck to a central location to digest, half of your emissions are gone, half of your biogas potential are gone. So to reap the maximum benefit of the energy and the greenhouse gas emission reductions, that's definitely something that speaks to the mind of the farmer. Second one, very important, digestate.
Right.
When you only digest hourly fresh manure from your own farm, you exactly know what is coming back. Many farmers want to control that risk and are not that open to get digestate coming from a collective plant where sometimes 15% of I don't know what went in, which is a second point that speaks to their heart. Third point, pathogens. There have been some outbreaks of, most recently here in the Netherlands, the disease of mouth and cloves, Mond en Klauwzeer for the Dutch ones, but also in the southwest of France there has been a big spreading of the pest of poultry, for example. Bringing back and forth manure, even when it is treated, is not really what a farmer is open for. His crops and what is being spread on it, his animals, those are core to their business. And there's a lot of them out there that do not want to run the risks to contaminate, spread around diseases. So those 3 points. And then the last one, farmers are working with very thin margins. And they have the feeling of not wanting to lose out in some way or another. Them going into the Danish model, where they see that they need to sign long-term contracts to sell their manure, gives them the fear of losing out on 2 things. Number one, revenues, because they think that this manure will render them a lot of money. Number two, the reductions of CO2 emissions. with the carbon tax around the corner in 2030 already in Denmark and many other countries speaking about it in agriculture, they are like, what's going to happen to the saving? Will I be selling it to the transport industry, this perfect CI scores, or will I need it to keep selling my milk or my meat?
Yeah.
And those 4 arguments are typically very strong, hence being able to build 2 installations every week.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm forwarding the question also to you, of course, to Brian, of course. Yeah.
So, a small question in that matter. What are the maintenance being done at the plants that you deliver to the farmers? Do they actually have the time to maintain the plants, or do you take all the service for them, or how is it managed? Because that's one of the things you also said, that the farmers, they have their core business. It's being a farmer. It's milking the cows. It's plowing the fields. So do they have the time to take care of a biogas plant and take care of the biological process?
So those are 2 questions in one. I will answer one by one. Number 1, we sell all our plants with a maintenance contract, where we take away the risk of not operating, where we guarantee a technical performance of 90%, and in reality we are at 96%. Through that, we see that by average our farmers are spending 8 minutes per day. And that's from a poll that we asked them last summer. So those 8 minutes, yes, they count, but in reality, it seems to be manageable for the farmer or one of his or her employees. Your second question was regarding, sorry, I lost it already.
The biological control.
Yes.
Yep. I could imagine that there are more, as we see from the tests being done in Denmark. We had a total scheme controlling all plants in Denmark, how much methane emission is being let out from each plant. And the conclusion was quite clear that the old farm-based small plants were emitting the most methane. And also the biological control, that it is not going out of hand. How is it managed? But I think you already took that in the technical
I took it a bit in the intro. We are monitoring them remotely on 70 different points in the installation. And last but not least, the biology is very easy. It's as easy or as difficult as feeding their cows or their pigs, because we're only using hourly fresh manure. The feed-in is happening 6 to 8 times per day. The biology is very stable. We only have one feedstock, and the feedstock is barely changing over the years, over the months. What do we see? If cows are being fed first harvested grass to second harvested grass, for example, then we see a small change in the biology, but that's like 1%, 2%, 3% rather than something bigger than that. So we keep it very simple. Manure only, hourly fresh. So the biology is quite easy. From the moment that you have to add something or you bring waste streams together, then of course it needs an operator that knows a lot about biology, but that's a bit beyond our scope. And I think there's a world for both of us, the large ones and the small ones. We have a huge challenge ahead of us if we want to go to net zero in 2050 or 2055. So every cubic meter of slurry, manure, gulle, dunger, manier, fumier needs to be digested.
Brian, thank you, by the way, for this question, but maybe you can answer them also for your company or for your good self, the same ones.
Then I have to remember what my questions was. That's a very difficult task.
Getting late. It's really getting late.
But the first one is the biological control. I think that having like a pipeline that we have more resources to put into having a biologist dedicated to optimizing these plants and getting the most yield out of it. Also coming back a little bit to the fertilizer, the things that we plan to do on these large-scale plants is to optimize the fertilizer so that it is also controlled, that the farmers know what they get, and they actually have a better fertilizer depending on the crop. But it's like the designer manure, that designer fertilizer from the plant, it can be achieved when we have the large scale. I also know that the obstacles obviously is that we are much more dependent on getting the finances from external partners, maybe Line in IFO or banks, real estate credit. If I could put in some key numbers for what we see right now for our plant, would that be beneficial? We are looking at an investment per plant at approximately 130 million euros. So it is kind of a 1% you are going to use at your plant. So, but it would probably also take 100 times more biomass to the plant. Is expected.
It's even 0.1%. So
Yeah,
we start at
yeah.
150,000.
Yeah. But still, then in that is maybe a little bit better OPEX optimization, because we actually plan to run them with a lower OPEX, but still the transport adds to the OPEX, of course. But it is part of the price of having these things, extra things that we can actually do with the manure at both at the front end and the back end. But an estimate, a quick estimate on OPEX is 13% of the CAPEX.
Okay, that's a very good information, because I wanted to ask something similar. So once again, economies of scale. This was actually what I wanted to say before. So the experience with small scale biogas, biomethane plants in Germany for manure. So the installation or CAPEX costs can actually easily reach 10,000 euros per kilowatt installed. And I don't know if I can ask you this question, for example, and you both, just to get an idea, if you can also name such a figure, in which range we are thinking here, installation costs per kilowatt or kilowatt hour, depending on. Usually, if you say, no, okay, this is maybe what you want to negotiate with the clients, fully understood. I'm just asking if there is a kind of figure.
I'm in the process of computing, so go ahead.
Okay.
Of course, these numbers are just from the top of and all disclaimers and everything. So don't be worried, Line, if you see some different numbers at another time.
No, fully understandable.
But another interesting thing is our energy consumption. When we look at it totally electrical, we see that we are consuming around 46 gigawatt hours per year electric. And that goes for the process. It goes for not all of the extra things I'm talking about, just for running the process, the heat via heating pump, and taking them in comparison to the production we have on the turbines. It's equivalent to 2 full year productions from the biggest land-based turbines you can have today, which are 7 megawatt wind turbines. They produce around 21 gigawatt hour a year in average over long term. So approximately 2 of the turbines that we put up are producing the energy to the biogas. The production from the plant would be 220 gigawatt hours, so nearly a 1 to 5 factor from the energy we put into the plant. And I think that's a key number to also use in the biogas associations, that is actually producing more energy than we put in, even if we take, this is without the transport, it is just the basic of the plant.
Okay, thank you. Maybe looking again then to France. So within your network, because we had the topics of efficiency, but especially of efficiency in the term of keeping the process alive, maybe to put it that way. Is this a topic? So are you also giving knowledge, giving training within your network on such issues, let's say?
Yes, I understand. It's okay, this question. No, it's for Biogas Valley, actually you are two questions very important. The first is not biomethane, it's biogas cogeneration. Okay. Because in France, when you build biogas cogeneration, you have a contract for 15 or 20 years. So we arrive at the end of this contract. In France, 1,000 biogas cogeneration plant. So today, until 2028, 300, 400 biogas cogeneration site out of the contract. So the big question is, what are you doing? If you are just not far away to a gas network, biomethane automatically. But we have a lot of problem because sometimes the pipeline is far away. So, for example, we have one innovation actually. It's I just write because it's difficult to see. It's one and then I do advertising for this society, this company. It's Metagora, for example, is collect the small biogas site in biomethane with tanker trucks and take them to a point where they can inject into the gas network. It's innovation. It's actually a study of the project. A lot of biogas sites in France try engineering for this project, but it's complicated because the price for biomethane is the same that if you put inside direct in the network. So it's one very important project for Biogas Valley. It's how to change the destination biogas cogeneration to biomethane. And the second point for Biogas Valley is network and business network, because we are business company inside the Biogas Valley, and Total, Suez, and a lot of small company, lawyer, and independent people, and we organize 2 days each year, 2 days in France, sometime in Nancy, Strasbourg, Nantes, or whatever. During 2 days, we organize just business meeting. It's important because it's the same place. We are farmer, collectivity, yes, a big national company, and a public effort, developer, epurator, still, for example, Prodeval, Gazeo, constructor from BTS, Agricomp, another constructor. It's the same place, 400 people in France. And during 2 days, we have a meeting. During 15 minutes, you can create a link and develop your business. And these events for Biogas Valley, we did them. It's a long time. It's this year is the 12th edition, and it's very important because when you are a farmer, you look your neighbors. Your neighbors say, it's Agricomp. Okay, Agricomp. It's French. It's okay. If it's work, it's Agricomp. I say, well, maybe you are another competitor, but you say, well, it's okay. So for this meeting, it's very important because you can see 3, 4, 5 concurrencies and different technology, because the menu is different. And the farmer say, if you work for my neighbors, it's work for me. No, because maybe it's not the same menu inside the digestor. So you have to help them, to advise them, to give some information and possibility for subvention and another public its possibility to help them, because it's very important. And Biogas Valley try to give time, advice, not money, because you have no money. We are French, so we just smile and give a very important link to create this business. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for this. Maybe looking then again a little bit on financing. So I think we have three different strategies here, let's say, which is very good. So we have maybe three different opinions. Maybe let's start again with France. Sorry that I'm pressing you today. But so especially your network, your clients, maybe even yourself, if you plan a project and you have to go to a bank for a loan, for example, what is happening within your network, or what is happening? Is the bank at the moment saying, you only have a business case for 5 years, we cannot do anything for you, or are there securities that they demand?
Now bank have experience for biogas site in France, but the bank want a lot of guarantee.
Which direction? Can you give a few examples?
For example, the biomethane project is 6 million euro per project. The farmer have to put minimum 500,000 euro minimum personal apport. So the farmer who have 500,000 euro is just big farmer. Very small farmer. We have a possibility to create, but it's very expensive. So now in France, it's only the big farmer create the project, and after, very small, just give a waste. Just give a waste, the crops only. And so the bank must a lot of guarantee. And where, for example, one region is, two regions in France, East and North, help and give subvention to create biomethane. Because, for example, the north of France, 15 years ago, a lot of subvention for wind power. Now it's finished. Right. Too much wind power. So it's only biomethane. The president of this region say biomethane, biomethane, biomethane. But in Normandy, it's another region. Another president say no biomethane. So now it's Normandy. It's very difficult because no money and no authorization. It's he break all the contract because the local opposition for the city. It's very difficult because if a region, it's a department or region help for subvention and authorization, because authorization is the main important for project. Bank give money and so with a lot of interest, but it's possible. It's very difficult because it depends the part of France, agriculture chamber, it's changed all the time in France. One department for me, I live in Nancy. Nancy love wind power. Yes, okay. Solar power, no. And methanization, it's enough. You have in my department 22 sites only.
Okay.
It's enough. So it's very difficult, but the bank is want to help, but if you have a directive on the top, so no initiative. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, putting the same question maybe to you, Brian, if I look now at the larger scale and especially integrated solutions, so where you combine different energy production opportunities together, for example. If you go with that to a bank, is that of benefit, for example, because you can say possibly I have a security here in form of my wind turbines.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't help that much to have it, because they look at each technology individual from the financing sector, and they want security, as you say, security, security, security. And by adding these securities, I have a shout out in that regards, that I think maybe sometimes the securities that they are asking are actually adding a risk to the project. They want to have a fixed price for gas on a contract for 7 years. They want to have fixed contract for the farmers for 10 years. That is why we need to have the contract with the farmers for this period of time.
That's good. A little late. And what's your experience with your clients or yeah?
It's a lot easier.
Sure.
We see the same 10-20% of money of a project that needs to be put down by a farmer, but given that it's smaller tickets, whether it's Crédit Agricole, BNP Paribas, Rabobank, and the likes, they are open to finance our solutions. And given that we give a technical guarantee on our installation, they see that as an insurance to cover part of the risk. And then when it's about feedstock, they have the manure, they don't have to pay any money for it. The price of the transport will not go up, they don't need to do it. So it's a lot easier.
Okay.
And then to put that into percentages, I think at the moment we see between 3 to 6% interest paid on their loan, and typically 10 years loan duration. I think that's a bit the average in our portfolio.
Okay. Maybe one last question to Brian on that. Maybe you can answer this relatively quickly. Are you also offering, for example, financing service? Or are you saying also, hey, we bring the finance with us? So yeah, I'm asking maybe you first because you're nodding. And you, yeah.
So yes, that's the short answer. We have 20 or so plants that are on our balance. Okay. So we can actually do the financing for the farmer. and we slowly built up a bit of a portfolio. But we typically see that farmers are geared to own the asset on their farm themselves.
Okay. Yeah, asking Brian this question because it's just my experience. I mean, this is the experience, let's say, 10 years ago or 15 years, even when I was projecting power plants based on gasification. So there were also not small, so 5 to 10 megawatt installations, maybe comparable, let's say, even if it's gasification. But at our times, it was easy to bring the financing with us because we had the EG. You know, and then banks, of course, they say, yes, of course, 20 years, fine.
Yeah, but now we don't have any subsidy scheme in Denmark, so we don't have the EEG in Denmark. So we have to finance it without having underlying subsidy. And as a company, we do like every other biogas producer or a manufacturer. We seek as much funding from real estate and from banks, and looking at the wind and PV business, you have a equity margin of about 20%, like you probably see at your plant. But looking at these large-scale biogas plants, it is more likely to be 40 to 45% equity.
Okay.
And that's a huge chunk of money to put in as equity.
Sure, sure. Thank you for that. We are coming to an end, and I would like to address the audience if there are maybe any questions to our panelists, or maybe also sharing some knowledge on that matters. But I don't see any. Okay, it's late. But maybe the real final words, because then you help me also for my closing remarks of the conference. Speaking of regulations in your markets and in your segments, could you spontaneously name 2 major regulations that you need to see changed, starting again in France? 2.
Harmonization, it's very important. For French and Europe, and because if you want to have an impact for biomethane, harmonization. And the second point is naturally, sorry. It's for me. It's we have to give the same chance biomethane that wind power and solar power. We have completely different in France.
Okay.
Because this country don't like the gas, they prefer electricity. So we try to give some power for gas, power to gas, but harmonization and change to change the mix energetic in France.
Okay, thank you. Brian, from the Danish point of view, let's say, or from your client's base experience, what is your wish list? The first 2 points on your wish list.
I think one of the points is the adaptation of the GHG protocol and make it more transparent, so that we actually are able to also give back to the farmers a little bit more clarity, what is actually going back to them and what are their claim. Because that is the main difference between your plant when it's back at the farmer's backyard. He knows it is mine. But for us, how much are we able to put back to the farmers is still this day unclear.
Okay, thank you. So from the small scale perspective, what would you say is your wish list on regulations and political changes, if you name the first 2 ones?
So if there are any European-wide policymakers here, I will address these 2 points to you directly. Number 1, harmonization. Not even on a country level or a regional level, even on a Kreise level in Germany, there are some different rules for the same products. And I'll just give you one example. We have places in Europe where there needs to be 10 meters in between our container, where we have all processing of the gas, and the silo, where we have the manure. And we have in the gamma, it can be attached 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters is not taken, 6 meters, 7 meters, and 10 meters.
Okay.
From a company point of view that wants to standardize and reduce costs, it would be really great if there would be a meeting in Brussels where they can decide this together. Second one, don't over-regulate.
Right.
We have huge ambitions to decarbonize our entire economy. Agriculture really needs to make big steps forward. If we as Europe will put in too many registers and the likes, we need to see this with a pragmatic pair of glasses, or maybe even without glasses, but let's keep it pragmatic. I see why we're doing it, but see it from the practical point of view as well, because it starts to be, or it is today, a big block around our legs. And that's, I think, a point that we will agree on, all three here sitting in front of the audience.
We need to use the same numbers all around.
Right. This is a good closing remark, basically. So thanks to the panelists, thanks to the audience, which come with us through. Warm applause for everybody, also for your good self.
And thanks to the moderator.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm closing now this very informative conference. We have learned a lot. I think we have covered basically every topic related to biogas and especially biomethane. And for that, I'm really thankful to the brilliant selection of the speakers, to the organizers from Leadvent, also for the overall organizers. And I'm also thanking our technical team. It was flawless, it was easy. Yeah, a warm applause, thank you. So it was very well. I've seen much worse technical teams, I must say, in my life. So really good. And I think with that, I would like to finish my last closing words and giving maybe the last words to you, if you have something to add, maybe also from the organizational side. Thank you very much. And also maybe you do it, but also thank you, of course, to the sponsors and everybody. Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure, by the way, being your chairman. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
It's always good to thank the sponsors another time. So, yes, just a few last organizational notes from me. Thank you. Yes, evaluation forms, of course. Your opinion is very important to us. So if you filled in the evaluation forms, you can give it to me or my colleagues at the registration desk. You can also just talk to me or my colleagues. You can call us, you can write us an email, as you prefer. And also, of course, from me, myself, as a producer of this conference, and on behalf of the company Leadvent Group, I want to thank all the participants, delegates, speakers, for being here, being with us, and being so active in all the discussions we had through these 2 days. And also, of course, once again, thank you to our sponsors, DMT and Mavitec Green Energy. Thank you for your support. And, of course, thank you to our chairman. Let's give him a round of applause. Dirk Bonze. It was a great job. It was a joy to see you on stage that often. Another thing, just a reminder, we will send you the materials, including the presentations and recordings and photos, in case you missed to check the QR code on your page, within a week or so. And yes, with that, it's been a pleasure to have you here, and I wish you a great trip back.
Yeah, safe trip, of course.
Yes. Have a good evening. Thank you.